Ba-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Going live. Da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Says we're live, but are we live? Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Still doesn't show me on my own screen. Let's refresh and see if I can be seen. And we are live! Hi, everybody! Let's pop that a little down. Yeah, pop that down. Oh, okay. Well, I've got two of my conversations up. Okay, there we go. Yes, you are live, Elio. Thank you, lady. Let me see where you guys are. Ray, good to see, glad to have you. Reminder, no spoilers. Not there's much left to spoil, but basically just the bits we haven't got to yet. Kiko, good to see, glad to have ya. Isa, good to see, glad to have ya. Raven, good to see, glad to have ya. Infinite, good to see, glad to have ya. Lynn, good to see, glad to have ya. Tracy, good to see, glad to have ya. I'd like to return today for a full refund, please and thank you. Flumps. Also, howdy, y'all. I got about 53 cents. I can pass ya. Jade, good to see, glad to have ya. How fast can I get an ult from Garlemald to 6.4? From Garlemald to 6.4. I bet you could do that in about 20 hours, maybe a little less. So like, think about it. If you it depends on if like you're reading conversations or not. If you're reading stuff, then it's going to be a lot longer. If you're skipping, you could do it pretty fast. If you're skipping cutscenes, you could do it pretty fast. But if you're saying like at a normal pace, each patch, let's say, is at least 3 hours, if not 4. I would say like 3 hours. Let's say conservatively 3 hours. So that's 3 times 4. So that's 12 hours. And then if you're going at a rapid pace from Garlemald, the end of Garlemald, well, the halfway through map 4 is what I would argue is kind of the midpoint. The first trial is in some ways the midpoint of Endwalker. So, I mean, honestly, it may even be a little bit later than that. But if you're zipping through 20 hours, if you're taking a little bit more like regular pacing, maybe 30. Depends on if you're willing to skip cutscenes. Yeah, super. If you skip cutscenes, few hours. If you don't, significantly more hours. Yes. I mean, even if you skipped, you're still looking at minimum 10 hours. Like 12 hours, I'd say. Well, if I can get there before I sleep, Elio can enjoy his one chest. Thank you, Jade. Deathberry, good to see, glad to have you. I hope everyone is having a great day. Yeah, you too, Deathberry. Skipping, I think, would still take you a day. Yeah, still a solid day of playing, like at least 12 hours. It takes a couple hours to do each zone when skipping. Yeah. Yes, you're live. Working at cinema is cool, even if it's just my friend's FC house. Do you have a cinema in your friend's FC house? Oblivion. Did I say good to see you, glad to have you? Well, good to see you, glad to have you. How are you guys all doing? I see Raven and Isaura are policing me for our arrival in Garlemald. However, they forgot. Oh, there's Brooke, there's Oblivion, there's Kat. They forgot that we have to go do our warm-ups over in Razatan. Oh, actually, we did them in that. And we haven't gone to Garlemald yet. But I don't think we got all of the... We didn't get all of the Aether points, so I'm gonna go check that first. Yeah, I thought it was you, Issa. I assume so because literally the appearance and the Issa in it. But I didn't know if I was gonna be weird for assuming, like being like, well, I'm assuming that's Issa, but then like find out it's someone completely different. Thank you for policing me along with Raven. Which one of your guys' idea was that, Issa? Was it yours or Raven's? I'm exhausted, but otherwise okay. Yeah, Oblivion, I hear that. And he got away. He's Poster. Northwest. How's everyone this fine Monday? How do you even do a cinema in, like, I guess, like, I understand the layout, but how do you, like, you couldn't, like, project a movie, right? Do you have people play acting the parts? 'Twas yours. I appreciate the amount of involvement you guys got, the amount of, like, with the costumes and everything. I can't imagine skipping Endwalker cutscenes, but I'm currently doing 2.x stuff on my alt, my least enjoyed part of the game, and I'm skipping all the cutscenes after Crystal Tower. Really? I'm surprised that you like 2.x less than you like 2.0. I would also recommend not to, well, play it how you want to play. All I can say is that 2.x I think actually is really worth re-experiencing with the amount of knowledge you have later in the game. Not that you necessarily have to play through it, but it's definitely worth it, like rewatching at some point. Wasn't mine. I was just an innocent bystander. I had the glam from doing a dungeon recently, so it seemed perfect. I mean, it's inspired for sure. Good, and tomorrow I'm getting my tooth fixed. Woo! Do versus due to my fear of the dentist, but happy to get it fixed. I don't fear dentists, so I don't really on that necessary front, but I know it's a very common fear. But no, I mean, but think about the relief, right? Like that's gonna be nice. The only cutscene I skipped was 30 to 50 PAL quests, first because the quest line is not very good, and second because I already saw you doing it. Well, if you already saw me doing it, then I mean that's understandable, right? Oh, it's up there. I mean, then you've already watched it. I will say that 30 to 50 is okay. It's simple, but okay. I remember Bling was liked it because of the idea of like the old guards teaching the new guard. I wonder if he would have liked how he liked like Reaper, that sort of stuff. So I remember being excited 2.x because I thought having my own private army sounded like a great idea. Me and Alphino both learned our lesson the hard way. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, though, is, like, if you're used to, I think, games that superficially engage with that idea of, like, we're gonna have an army of a bunch of good guys and we're gonna win the day and this is where, like nothing can go wrong. Like, some fantasy and some JRPG sometimes don't engage with that as, they treat that as an unalloyed good, as a holistic good, no matter what. And I think 14 choosing to engage with it as more complicated than that is the thing that really won me over. Because it wasn't really until then that I really started to fall in love with the story. Like, 2.x is when I started to care, and then 2.55 is when I really was hooked. Rad! Good to see you, glad to have you. I can't get down there right now, so I'm going to have to go over. Actually, Ray, are you around? Do you want to drive me by any chance? I'm allowed to listen to videos with my earbuds during the dentist work, so I might listen to your video. Aw, that's adorable. Good though, Raven. Yeah, and that's good that they're willing to like work with you and like what helps you. I will say having Dragon and Dark Knight as my first job set certain standards for job quests. Fair. Although, you know, I'll say like Dragoon ARR, I don't know how much better it is than Paladin, really. You know? Because, I mean, it doesn't even end up playing into Heavensward that strongly. But, I mean, if Dark Quest is your... Dark Knight is your expectation, then totally it makes... I'm trying to think about the ARR quests that actually work pretty well. I'm sure we've talked about that before, but, like... I think Scholar is quite good. It's surprisingly good. Summoner is fine. Warrior is good. I wish we knew more about the Hell's Guard and the oh my god, the Far Reach. Dragoon's fine. Rogue's pretty good. I mean, that's class, really. Bard's pretty good. Thaumaturge is better than Black Mage, which I find hilarious. Summoner we already talked about. That's most of it. I mean, White Mage is, if you're Gridana-centric and want to know more about that world, it's quite nice. Yeah, honestly, Scholar might be one of the better ones, weirdly enough. It's gonna be up on one of those things, isn't it? Yeah. I bet you it's gonna be like in the middle, like of the water. Yeah. Thank you, Ray Ray. Reg, I just did the Shadowbringer's final role quest. Didn't realize the Eorzean lady was a thing until we've seen and mentioned the patch stream. Having Endwalker knowledge during those is fun. Right, Rag? Yeah. There's so much information that there is to learn in the game that you may not even know. And sometimes going back can be just as fun, rather than learning it preemptively. But yeah, if you have never done the role quest, I would say for both Endwalker and Shadowbringers to everyone, do all of them, especially because their final role quests are always really... I don't know if important's the right word, but really impactful and meaningful. I would also say important. I would actually, yeah, important I think isn't wrong. How are we doing on time? Oh yeah, we still got plenty of time for the warm-up. Thank you, Ray Ray. I think the next one was... Well, here, I'll just let you fly it. You know. Rydia, good to glad to have you. Oh, he's got... Dragoon on its own was okay, but coming up to the MSQ... coming up in the MSQ blew my mind a little bit. Oh, okay, I see. It's having them integrate. It makes sense. Loki, good to see, glad to have you. Dragoon is beating the sense into Istinian episode 0. As someone who went from Paladin to Dark, I was able to see the best and worst, so I've learned to temper my expectations of the quests really get going. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's not fair. It's unfair. I'm usually one of the bigger critics of the Paladin questline. I feel like... Okay, so the point of the Dragoon makes sense, right? Because I'm sitting here like feeling like, is Paladin really the worst? I don't know. The Black Mage is that good. Like ARR Black Mage is kind of weak, but it's got some moments. As much as Eric can be annoying, good lord stuff, and Monk's good, Wintergelt's good. Summoner at least has some assy stuff and some world stuff. Yeah, I mean, I think Paladin being the worst isn't unfair. Sweet. Thank you, Ray Ray. I love Dark Knight, but Clemency. Can't leave Paladin as main tank after saving wipes many times. Rag, I feel that. I love Clemency and the ability to heal, or also pulling off Passage of Arms and in like key moments is a good feeling. Ninja's pretty good. Oboro's cultural induced silliness is precious. It's at the very least entertaining if nothing else. They're very good story quests, yeah. I noticed that they add a new dialogue option if you go back to them now, which is fun. Yeah. The Shadowbringer job quest, I almost skipped them, and I'm glad I didn't. That would have had such a mistake in my view. Yeah, because the thing is that they do a lot to expand upon not only Ardbert and his company, but also the first pre-fall, and a lot about not just its like lore, but its people. And then ultimately, I think, push things forward towards conversations around the Void, conversations around characters like Nukul High. Yeah. Sam, thank you for the 9 months of Archonship. Enjoy your emotes. Good to see you. Glad to have you. Rag, I'm the exact opposite Paladin over Dark Knight. I feel naked without the Blackest Night. Okay, but so Lynn, the reason Dark Knight was my main for years was because I love how much I love the Blackest Night. So I'm with you on that, but hear me out. Holy Sheltron is just the Blackest Night, except for you can only cast it on yourself, except for basically intervention. It means that Paladin in Endwalker has its own Blackest Night, because the benefit of the Blackest Night is you time it correctly, take enough damage, and you take advantage of taking damage with it, right? You mitigate extra damage, and obviously to get an extra attack. But Holy Sheltron, because of the 4 seconds you have at the beginning, that gives you extra reduced damage. If you time it right, like the benefit of timing right gives you the good, brain chemicals, right? Whereas Benediction Plus. Tracy, Levi, good to see, glad to have you. Tracy, didn't you say hi at the top? Am I crazy? Yeah. Oh, you're just saying hi to Tam. The Healer Shadowbringer World Quest were so good. Yeah. I'm torn. I really love the Healer and the tank ones are the two that I adore the most. Both of them are real solid. But I remember we were talking about this when we were going through Shadowbringers. We were talking about which ones were the best, and I think there's a certain amount that your mileage will vary. I think the caster one is actually real good too, in terms of I think it's good. It's a good story in general, and also it's got some really interesting lore implications. The favorite part of Dark Knight is when playing as a small Mikote, it feels like you throw the sword rather than swing it being carried by the sword. You're not entirely wrong. Healer, what is so good? Yeah, Lamet's, you can't not love her. Big sword too heavy for small Mikote. I don't know. I don't think so, but we'll find out. Nope, I do not. Okay, let's see what ones we're missing after this. Tracy, thank you for the 10 months of membership. Enjoy your emotes. Okay, need one to the far north. Occasionally I see my name scrolling across the top and get real confused until I remember. Yeah. Speaking of, I don't think I've updated this week, so I need to make sure if there's any Patreon changes. Dragon Quest! Good to see you, glad to have you. How you doing? Even at max height, Mikote, the axe is ridiculously huge. It almost feels like it swings my main. Now I'm just imagining what would happen though if you had that scale of model, but the same scale of axe on like a Lalafell. I mean, to be fair, Pippin wields Sona as a great sword, so. I can't wait till I can be small Alra with big sword. What's stopping you? I mean, also, flippy jump. It's true. It's true. As I said on the pre-6.4 MSQ stream, I leveled War, and holy smoke, is it fun to absolutely negate damage received by self-heal mitigation. Yeah, definitely. I mean, the cool thing is that all the tanks can do that in different ways, but the flavor that a lot of people love the Unga Bunga method for Warrior. Especially because you can just damage and heal back rather than like Aurora or Clemency or... Well, honestly, you don't really have a lot of options for self-healing as Dark Knight, which I miss. It used to be you had Abyssal Drain at least, and now it's the only other than Abyssal Drain, which is tied to Carven Spit, which means that you're rarely going to choose Abyssal Drain unless it's an AoE situation. I believe so, Ray. Nope. 900 Malms to the west. I do love that they made Pippin fight like a Dark Knight with a gladiator sword, yeah. I mean, I main a max height Femro, and even she looks tiny next to the sword she uses. I mean, you gotta love Berserk, right? Like, look, I mean, Guts is huge, but his sword is huger. I miss Dark using their health as a resource as well. Yeah, that's hard from a balance standpoint because, like, you create a situation where unless they can heal it back themselves, you're just creating a job that either has a damage threshold higher than the other jobs at risk, but means that you basically are mandated playing it because of the like amount of advantage it gains from that, or you're making a healer situation actively harder. So like that's playing with that's hard. I feel like the most, and that's why they made it playing with the MP mainly instead. Yeah. Dez, good to see you, glad to have you. Really enjoy seeing the content you make. Oh, think nobody else does all the things like you do. Thanks for it. Dragon Quest, thank you very much. That is very, very kind of you. You know, as I've been saying for a while right now, guys, you know what? Actually, we've got a bit of time. That's perfect, Ray. I think we're good on that. Yeah. Thanks a ton. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go start heading towards, not start the MSQ right away, because I just want to, I don't know, do some basic things. You know, I've been talking about, like, mental health struggles and stuff lately, but just to, like, be, you know, full clear where I'm at, it's, I've just been dealing with a lot of physical exhaustion and, you know, just sense of overwhelming and anxiety and stuff like that, which means that I don't function quite as well as I would. It means, like, I'm sure some of you guys might have noticed I haven't been around talking as much in the Discord of late. I really enjoy doing these streams with you guys. It, like, is one of the few times where even if I feel stressed out, it feels natural to keep going, even if I'm tired. So right now I'm trying to get help to figure that out. I'm trying to do better on health stuff, but I'm also in the midst of, like, I just moved, so I'm trying to get new doctors, figure that out. But so Wednesday there's not going to be a video from me this week, though Ray's going to have stuff for FFXIV archived, and I am trying to get all that situated so I can get into a situation where I can just produce content, because I love doing it, but lately I get anxious around working or doing much of anything, which is just frustrating, you know? So if there are intermittent periods of me not being as active in terms of putting out videos, that's where that's coming from, and I'm trying to get ahead of it. I know a lot of you guys have been patient with me before, and so I don't foresee that being a big issue for any of you guys, but it's easier for me to just say that rather than like me like disappearing or something and people being like, is he just gone? Like, what the heck's up with him? But yeah, so all that said. So again, thank you very much for those kind words during Quest. It is very helpful in times like these. I need to level War anyway to get my Dwarven Hammer to blend him in Entomra better, but I wasn't expecting Unga Bunga to be that fun. Well, I'm glad it's that fun. Having to Q rank CC to get that last 300k despair. Of course, Jay. I need to spend some time doing ranked CC. You know, that goes in with the same stuff. It's like, let me put it like this. Like, when I am struggling in terms of like energy or like, you know, doing, you know, getting up, it's like I love playing this game and I can't even like log in to play. It's frustrating shit. The trick is to pretend you're spending HP by accident and not on purpose, so healer just thinks you're a struggling tank and not sabotaging them. Yeah, the thing is that there's a whole conversation that comes up in between the experience of playing, if you're talking about playing extremes, savages, or higher end content, versus the experience of playing like regular dungeons. Because the thing is that at a certain level of regular dungeons, like, well, what does it matter if Dark Knight's doing 5% more damage overall, but is a higher skill threshold? Because we're all getting through the dungeons anyways, right? But then that actually becomes more of a bigger problem later on at different realms of play. So it's like, it's this push and pull. You moved, this is a normal reaction. Thanks, Tracy. I'm actually used to moving, and to be fair, like, dealing with this is something that I've been dealing with prior to moving, like that overwhelm, that constant exhaustion stuff. But I didn't have a lot in the way of, like, good insurance to figure out, you know, doctors, and, yeah, so, working on it now. You got this, bro. Forge ahead. Thank you, Des. Thank you. So I came up with headcanon this week, and I'm not trying to say it's real or anything, but what if the first being kind of FF3, the 13th being kind of FF4, I'm starting to feel like the shards, all shards were FFs. No. So two things. One of which is that the geography, so the metaphysics of those worlds are different. One of the main aspects of the first is, or of the FF3 is things like the Cloud of Darkness, which is actually from the 13th, not from the first, right? The geographies are fundamental. Like, you could overlap the geography of Eorzea and of Theris on top of the first, of the source on top of the first. And we know now, and we've known that for a while, and we've known that all the shards seem to have the same physical, share the same physical, space and location, like layover, and we now have that made hyper explicit by the text rather than just an implicit. So we know for certain that that's not the case. The other thing is you have situations like FF4, where while there's the Kingdom of Baron, for instance, on the 13th at some point, or Troya, those are not the same places, and also, for instance, there's not two moons on the 13th. So it's a situation where what they're doing is they're taking ideas from prior Final Fantasy and reconstructing them and reconstituting them into something wholly new that works within 14's lore and story. For instance, the Crystal Towers here. The only reason the Crystal Tower is on the first is because it was ported there, right? It's not what didn't come from the first. So while there are associations and reference points, they are not the same places. We're not going to go to the 11th and it's Vanadil. We're not going to go to the 10th and it's Spira. It may be, we may go, well, I don't think 10th actually exists. I think it's only 11, 5, 9, and 8. I think are the only ones left. But they may be highly inspired by those places to some extent. But I would not look to them as being literally them. Make sure you wear warm clothes. It's cold up there. Oh, that's funny you say that, Rag. I just moved from Minnesota down to New Hampshire, so actually it's a lot warmer here. We're here for you all to go. Thank you, Raven. I hope you feel better soon. Thank you. And no, I'm open if you need... Yeah. Thank you, Raven. Yeah, no, the biggest thing I can ask is that just be patient. If I'm not around, it is not from lack of caring or lack of wanting to spend time or do stuff with you guys. It is purely a byproduct of me just getting exhausted easily and just being tired and overwhelmed. My health is a resource that only comes back at the cost of healer MP. Sending virtual hugs to you. Thank you, Deathberry. The shards that have already been rejoined are the ones that we have a lot of their stuff in the source. Like the shard that was 6 and 12 were rejoined already. The shards that have already been rejoined are the ones that we have a lot of their stuff in the source. Okay, so let me see if I follow this. Your argument is that each of the shard is deeply inspired by the FF game, and that once it's rejoined, that's the reason why we have it within the source? I mean, that still doesn't explain, like, the Crystal Tower, the first wouldn't be associated with the third, with the FF3, because, like, again, the Crystal Tower comes from this game. Although if you assume that the third shard's rejoining wasn't until after, because it's 1, 2, what is the order of operations for this? It is lore discussion. I have this pinned because I keep forgetting it. The third shard wasn't rejoined until after the Calamity of Earth, so that doesn't really line up perfectly either. We go to the 8th, whatever. As someone who struggled with all the depression, I think you're doing really well. Thank you, Levi. It is a lot easier also to present. I'm not necessarily mask, but present high energy because I feel good while engaging with you guys and on stream, but afterwards a lot of times I'll start crashing. Soft Canadian hug. I do wonder if a part of it, I know, is pre-existing thing of being increased by the lack of Deadpool. Not having Deadpool is definitely a part. It's many things contribute to it in part, for sure. Thank you for letting the warm-up be a little bit about talking about that. Yeah, hugs Tam in return. Yeah, that's a reference, not a one-to-one representation. Yeah. Oh, that's actually what I was saying. I'm not saying that there were those shards or those games. I was saying each shard is referential to an FF game. Yeah, with 2 data points, it's hard to know, Levi, but you may be right. I wouldn't be entirely surprised if we go to the other shards and there is one that is referential, more referential to 11, or I could definitely see that happening. The problem is it's hard to know. We do have 2 data sets, but again, the first is also weird because the first doesn't really reference. And honestly, it's got a lot of FF1 stuff in it. It's got a lot of FF2. Like, the first has many references. It doesn't actually have a single place it steals from. Because if anything, the most it steals from, ironically, would be 14. You know, which, I mean, it is 14, but because it's the reflection of the source places. Thanks, Tam. Yeah, that's yeah. Okay, here is one. Can we assume technology on all shards is parallel development, or some more advanced than others? Is it possible to shard a modern tech akin to FF7? It's totally possible. I mean, think about it, right? The technology of the source is way more advanced than the first's. The reason that the first has the level of technology it even does at all is more of a byproduct of the crystal tower arriving on it. Though you also have situations like Ronka and Alag, where there was perhaps points where technology was more advanced and then lost over time, although you don't have the calamities on the first in the same way that you would have had on the source. But the lack of calamities on the reflections kind of is indicative that, like, if the source was able to get to Alag by the Third Astral Era, and the calamities are part of what stops it, yeah, I would say that technology is not in parallel development. I think it could definitely oscillate wildly. We don't know what the 13th would have looked like if it had been allowed to technologically advance, you know, at its own pace. Inspires what I'm saying. Totally, Levi, yeah. We go to the 8th, whatever, yeah. As a gunbreaker main, I use other classes' health as a resource too, out of mitigation. Shirk to DPS, they can eat tank busters. I get bear hugs, you might have to ask me to stop squeezing because I have no sense of my own strength and might accidentally block your arrow eyes. Rowan, good to see, glad to have you, thanks. Crystal Tower is the ultimate MacGuffin and I love it. Yeah, it's interesting. Is it MacGuffin though? I guess the thing is, I tend to see MacGuffin as a thing that is, because definitionally MacGuffin is ultimately of no import, right? It's merely a thing to drive the plot along. Whereas the Crystal Tower, I think, is a really intricate part of both as a symbol and as a connection to multiple points of what that symbol represents, and historical and lore, and so, like, I feel like it's more than a MacGuffin, but that's only if I'm thinking about more strict sense. Headcanon, until explicitly said otherwise, I choose to believe the town of Mist was present on the 13th, but was destroyed by a bomb void sent during the Flood of Darkness. Can't argue with it. Don't try to make the numbers work, because the 13th is 4 and the 1st is 3, so just assume the numbers are not matching. Yeah, fair point. The 13th is inspired by 13 from what we see, from all appearances inspired by FF3 and 4, so that doesn't make sense. Yeah. But Levi made the point about saying that each one has an association, it's not a linear association. The first reference FF7, but also the reference got deleted in the Flood of Light. It's why we're never getting Sephiroth trial. Wish for more doodles of the boy. I'm like, yeah, I love, though Raven, I still have the drawing you did of Deadpool before. Yeah, those are always lovely. Also, don't forget to Dwarven Engineering. Yeah, Dwarven Engineering is a gear point. Yeah. I still wouldn't necessarily see them as all co-parallel. You know, you don't see, Ronkin technology used to make the weapons or something like that in the first. My personal bet, once again, I have no evidence for this, is my intuition, that remaining shards will ref 7, 8, 10, and 13. I'd be surprised with 13. I'd be surprised with 7 because 7's already getting remake at the moment. 8 would be awesome. 10, of course, I'm gonna love. I would be 9, honestly 11. I would be super, because I think that'd be a vehicle to get people re-interested in Vana'diel. Although there's a lot of Vana'diel and 11 stuff already in 14, so. No, I heard from my sister's friend cousin that the dad working in Squeenix, if you jump 1,000 times on Alala's head, it'll unlock the secret Sephiroth solo trial. Do you remember when that used to, do you remember when you used to believe that? Do you remember in the days long, long ago when that sort of shit, like someone said, yes, you can get a gun in the Pokemon Center. Never lets Light get in his way. He's resplendent light as a spotlight for his arena. To be fair, the first most of the world got annihilated. I can't imagine industry survived that very well. Right, but that's the question, is like, Would they have been in parallel development if nothing had gone wrong? That's its own thing to which we can only ever speculate because we've never seen a reflection not gone wrong to some extent. I Goomba stomped way more than 1,000 Lalas, and I don't have. The 7th and the 7th Umbral Calamity. Yeah, we have all of them. The order is... The first Calamity was we lost the 5th shard in the first Calamity of Wind. The second Calamity was Lightning, and we lost the 12th shard. The third Calamity was the second shard, and that's we lost it. The 4th Calamity was the 3rd shard of Earth, and it was the 3rd shard we lost. The 5th Calamity was Ice, and we lost the 6th shard. The 6th Calamity was the Water, and we lost the 10th shard. The 7th was Astral, and we lost the 7th shard. And if 8th had gone through, it would have been Umbral, and we would have lost the 1st shard. Between shards, but yes, also the same in regards, yeah. Yeah, somehow doesn't surprise me. Source Lalafels have tanks. Having tanks, yeah. Would be amazing. Yeah, I'll start more on drawing. Yeah, definitely Raven. Van Daniel has some Kuja enter, so we got some 9. Yeah, it's true. Even the way he treats Zodiark is interestingly kind of like, what's his face? Oh, okay. See, I remember that was a little early for me because I played those games, but I was obviously after the fact because I'm born in 95. Luigi in the Super Mario 64, yep. Mew's totally hiding under the truck, you guys. Well, the Mew one's interesting because of how it's actually inspired from a glitch. So, like, you can get a Mew in the original Yellow and stuff by doing certain, like, glitching with, forcibly storing certain data. You can get wrong weapons from sacks of nuts. Yeah, but, like, more like technological advanced weapons or, like, magically advanced. Yeah. My theory about the shards is based on the fact that we have a lot of 11, 12, 6 already. Yep, fair. We have no 13 and OB. We do have some 13. A lot of enemies from 13 have had skin reuses to certain extents. The problem with 13 is not so much tonality, but is more, I don't know, the people on the team, many of the people who are on the team for 14 were around when 13 was getting made, and they like to take inspirations from the games that they played, it seems like, more so than the games that they helped create. Like, one of the, like, even that's why I think that they've been reticent to do something like 10, you know, like why Anima was a big deal. Twinning has 13 enemies. Yeah, and so does Coils. I feel like let's wait until remake is totally over, and then we finally go there when the remake's over, like 4 expansions from now. Yeah, because you're looking at least 6 years from now. Okay, guys, shall we start the MSQ? It's 4:30 now. It's the 30 mark. Let us get us on into Garlemald. Oh, I'm told the pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. All right, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? Of course, Atara. It's an honor to finally meet you. We of Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal. If there's aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, I will ready the engines. There's just gonna be a couple of cutscenes for sure. Also, how's the audio? Because I have the door open right now to keep things a little bit cooler. Oh, me and Ray are still in the group. Pump up the game audio a little bit. Audio's good? No, it doesn't sound echoey or anything. Hunter, good to see, glad to have you. Sounds good, man. Okay, so there's Garlemald, the Magna Glacius is here. And then there's the Central Ilsamardian Mountain Range and Nalmask down here somewhere. And then World it's somewhere in
divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
Simply fly. Audio seems a little bit muffled. Interesting. Okay. Let me try to do things to make it sound a little better.
Of the imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius.
Gladiator and Scholar.
The winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
Alio looking good in that armor. Not gonna lie.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They have sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials. Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps? Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they are led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Almost like they're all tempered.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Dude, memes incoming.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Secret weapon, Warrior of Light! Yeah, Lynn, the fact that nobody wears hats is something for sure. Yeah, Emmanuel doesn't get out much. Also a little bit of a wimp. Also, I assume Sadood wouldn't accept much warmer clothes. She'd want too much range of motion. Unless he's wearing Ballsian gear.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Y'shtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more.
Thancred, please.
Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand.
We did this other in front rag if you want
Blizzard
to watch
will
us
help
do
stay
that.
hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
You say that, Porviera, but that's a Vina, Rava? Oh, crap, I'm flip-flopping them. But that's a one from the Scotty Mountain Range, not the Garlemald jungle. So she would have be used to this natural sort of climate.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it
Vina, I
foolish and
think.
reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, Vina are from the snow-capped mountains of the Scotty Mountain Range. Vina's the northern ones, yeah. Buns and Bosnia gear with the 13 hats. Assuming there is nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence the mission as soon as you are ready.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
One guard on the controls. Tommy took a nap. Now to set explosives. Best kept quiet for now. Oh, shit.
Seven hells.
Okay, that can't be taken down quickly. That sucks. That's fine. Ah! Damn auto attacks. It's fine. Just gotta survive for a couple more seconds. Oh, okay. No, I don't.
Not like this.
Whoops. I don't think I failed that the first time I did it. Whoops. I did not realize that was only going to work on normal guy. Wait, what? That's terrible! Oh my god, that's not actually... No, I'm not going to... Don't proffer me very easy on the first... Dude, I don't think I failed it the first time. Wow. Why does it not just start you at the... That's wild. You can't stun the mecha. Thank you, Ray, for letting me... Oh, no. Skip the cut. I know what I can do.
Keep your wits about you.
I should focus and actually try, shouldn't I?
Shot at this,
Otherwise, we're gonna...
so let's make it
It's gonna
count.
take forever. Come on. Who liked this type, like these types of instants and like little fun things that we do, that they make for you to do? Because I can imagine some people like just getting frustrated with this. Oh, that's just for guard dogs, okay. And that's just Nebula, yeah. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on!
Seven hells.
Come on. And let's this refresh. Oh, buddy. At least we don't kill him. I forgot that's a mount that you can get. Okay, do they just walk at the same pace? Okay, if they're gonna walk, the only thing I can think to do is either to pull one off or to like wait till it turns around and then just, yeah. Let's hope it's, okay, oh, I can do it from range. Oh, okay. That should do the trick. Now to hide and send word. I think I remember when I first did this, I could not find that filter.
Explosives are in place.
He said the word!
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Oh, that was a terrible time for that. Come on. What if he just wanted to turn around right now? Right now. It's gonna be right after. Yeah, it's gonna be right after, of course, it goes off. Ooh, am I gonna make that in time? Oh, glory be to Eorzean. Threading a needle there. Okay, let's see. We got dogs, we got tempered imperial. Oof, that's not good. Let's just get that one less guard to worry about. Okay. There's too much there, but we could probably go around and we can focus that imperial first. Yep, okay. And that machine's gonna come back around, isn't it? Okay, there's nothing in here. Come on, come on. Sweet, where's that? Okay, so are those spinning around in a circle? Yeah, wait for it, because that's gonna go, and then we'll wait for that one to go here, and then as it starts to go, we'll turn invisible and get that guy. 3, 2, 1. reevaluate. So there's one. Okay, so there's two there, but I don't have to worry about killing him. I only need to worry about killing him, and then I can get the doggo. Oh, but there's that guy there. He's gonna notice, isn't he? So instead, what I can do is get the doggo, get that guy, because I don't have to. I can ignore those two. Okay. The problem is I got the both those match tech slashers are gonna be annoying. I can work with that. I don't think I'm doing it the right way, but with the way I'm doing it, it's gonna work. All I have to do is get close to him, then I can... Oh, I could probably toss him the doggo back here instead. That's gonna be a lot easier rather than timing those two things. All I have to do is just get... Is he looking out? No, he's not. Okay. That matchstick slasher to go. Come on. I wish they had cones so you could actually see what their line of vision was. That's it, the control terminal. Tancred, over here. Success! It's a good background song, Hunters, for sure. Matt, good to see you, glad to have you. Did anybody else join in while I was in? I don't think so. Cool.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
Yeah, that would have been one way to do it, Mac.
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Booyah. I do love that they give you this also because seeing as you don't get to do much in the way of like assaulting because it's humanitarian mission, the few times that you get to do like a big boom moments are kind of nice. Double booms! Gobby booms indeed, guys. Double boom!
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but...
Is Aaron Senna voiced by Ulysses' voice actor? I feel like it sounded similar.
Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Ah, great boss music. Yeah.
Fighters! Protect the others!
Oh right, I don't have Confeteor yet. Or multi-Confeteor. Remember, you're just knocking them out, for the most part. Oh no, Jade. If you do like one dungeon run, I bet it'll get you where you need to be.
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
Nowhere to get bait. Not a chance. Must far away.
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
No further. Oh, awesome, Issa. Yeah. Perfect. Know when you are beat.
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
Yarg! Keep them away from the carriages. Quick, broadside it! To victory! Come hells or high water! We're fine, and ready for more.
Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Meanwhile, on the front lines. Oh, Rowan, that sucks. My empathy to you, man. Yeah, Levi. Dude, you haven't even seen the confetti or full combo yet. It's amazing. It's good shit. Or maybe you have seen it elsewhere, but we haven't even got it on Elio.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Not gonna lie. Gun glaive, pretty dope.
That's Virgilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down. There's no end to them.
Is that surprising, Jade, though? Right? Because, like, Genshin makes more money than God.
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
Hers was more of a gun spear, Levi, more than a gun glaive.
There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
So far, we don't think we've gotten any Legati weapon as a weapon glam, so I don't know that I would expect for Gilia's. I don't think that, Van Hydrus's isn't an option, Nails isn't an option, Gaius's isn't an option.
Now, forward!
So I wouldn't hold my breath for any time soon. The supply caravan is safe for the time being, and Thancred's team have their own enemy and thrown the enemy into disarray.
Right! Let them have it!
Now it is our turn.
As a raging bull!
Oh, fuck yeah, look at Pippin! Doing his daddy proud. Uh-oh. Only death awaits.
That's her, Magillian.
Do not fall behind!
Sadu! Oh, I don't have my B keybind shortcutted on this. Oh, fuck. Corcullum. Virgilia Van Corcullum. I don't think I remembered her last name. This is why I love Paladin.
Is everyone alright?
Are they gonna fire in rows? Keep the water machinas at bay. Must fall the way. Subdue's the last? For shame. Prepare salvo. More fodder for my flames! So many. At this rate, we will be overwhelmed. I will not fall so easily. These curs will taste my wrath. Oh god. More of them! Quick! Lend the Sadu a hand. I am working on it, Sirda. Make way! These whelps will rue the day they crossed my path. None shall escape my chains. Now is your chance to strike.
Tremble before the sun!
May your breeze fill the air!
4 seconds until Sadu completes the ritual of falling dusk. I'm surprised it discriminated between friend and foe. That's an interesting point, Rag. It is kind of like an unofficial trial. Sadu scares me. I love how there's like, there's some of you that are Sadu is your queen, some of you Sadu scares you, and some of you Sadu is your queen who scares you.
A worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death. Sadu Hatun.
Oh, Magnite. You gotta feel for him at some
That was
point.
the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan?
Gooey, good to see, glad to have you. It's all secured. I got it before I came up here.
Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
Sadu scares me in a gay way. Out of curiosity, how would rejoining a calamity affect an individual's aether? From a memory standpoint, it would cause memory issues.
And unforgiving.
Well, here, we'll get to
Thus
it.
spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed
This is
upon his
important.
barren domain.
That's important. Remember this. Remember the lines that are being said here.
800
'Cause
years
Emmett
it had
is
been
Solus.
since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated.
Hated.
The chosen forsaken.
Forsaken.
In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution.
That'd be like 64-ish years ago, roughly.
How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself,
Because remember, he possessed
far colder
the real
on
man.
the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
All of that is really it's things that we knew, but like really important things that are set up for like the perspective of the Garleans. You can't discount any of that.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider
Over
the
time, their
question
soul would have been
after we
subsumed,
have made
Lynn.
camp. If we spend any
Completely.
longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone.
They're roommates. No, I actually would like a story that allowed Magni to like progress and like I'd love a story that is about his growth and becoming more and being able to actually find his Nama. But so if you've ever wondered why is there an Aetheryte in Garlemald, and you'll notice there's a little Magitech thing, there's actually an answer for it. We'll get this later if we talk to everyone, but also I'm just gonna read it now. There are others throughout the city, referring to these Aetherites, built by Garleans for Garleans. You could tell about you all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the Aetherite power to keep this place lit. So yeah, so the thing is that these basically have a terminal that you access. I don't know where it would necessarily be on this, or maybe like somewhere around here. That via this Magitech, Garleans are able to transport themselves through physical space via these Aetherites. That's what makes them unique. Despite their inability to control their own Aether, they can still access and use them. Real quick, let's get back to Hunter's question. Out of curiosity, how would a rejoining calamity affect an individual's Aether? So the thing is that a rejoining would mean that your Aether post the rejoining your soul should in theory be more, a sundered soul would be more rejoined, right? Like you would have more constituent components restored to you. However, there's no indication that there's a linear increase from like when we get Arbert's soul joined to us, our soul density increases, our ability to contend with the light's corruption increases, but our raw strength does not necessarily go in straight parallel. For instance, an Allegan from the 3rd asteroid area is not necessarily implied to be any weaker than an Eorzean during the 6th or 7th asteroid era, right? Or that a member of the 1st is not necessarily weaker than someone from the source. So it's not a linear thing. In terms of your strength. Aetherologically wise, though, we know things like a mass inundation of Aether can mess with people's memories, which is why, and mess with the sort of physics for a time, which is why, for instance, people have hazy recollections for what happened over Cartnow was probably because of all the Aether that rained down from Bahamut when Louis Swad did what he did, from Bahamut and from the 12. And why also times post-calamities are often very weird and ill-documented. Oh, I'm getting a message. Could get you the Aethers now. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the story pace. We're good. We're good for now. Thank you, though, Ray. I want to try to stick with the story pace when we're doing MSQ. Yeah, Toon, thank you for the reminder. Gotta remember to ask something in map 5. Yeah, please do. And they were roommates. Give him Ephemero. Magna needs to learn humility first, I feel, but I'd be there for it. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Is just he does, but like that's what the story you tell. Well, you're talking about the Magitech Aetherite, don't forget to attune to it. I almost did. If it wasn't for Ray asking if I wanted to get carried over to the other ones. The Fremro would teach humility. Do we have the power of our lost shards from the joined worlds like we have Arbert's power? Well, we don't. It depends on what you mean by Arbert's power. We don't have, just because his soul rejoins to ours doesn't mean we have all of Ardbert's strength. For one, a soul is not, like, a body, a self is your body, your memories, your soul. It's like, your power is part of your corporeal form, as we're gonna see later, in a later instance. So just because a soul is rejoined to you does not necessarily mean you are stronger. It's not that we, like, ate Ardbert and gained all of his strength. It's not that it doesn't exactly function like that. It shouldn't be long before we have a half-decent camp with so many helping hands. I was concerned the snow might hinder one's progress, but our Asgardian friends are used to working in conditions like these. In spite of the obstacles we faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little further and we'll reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Y'shtola and Graha to join us in the building to the northeast of the camp? Alice and I will meet you there. We don't have Ardbert's experience, I think. To an extent, we have some of his memories within us. We don't necessarily have any implication that we have access to them readily, but the fact that we have this scene with his burb means that, like, to some extent, his memories do reside, and himself reside within us. Alert, Ardbert consumed. We must remain mobile as we are able in such temperatures as these. I fear that we stand for too long. The ice and snow may freeze over our very bones. It's actually some lovely little animation. A meeting. Yes, I'll make my way over once my head is cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged and hideous, unholy even. At this distance, its presence is overwhelming, much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Aether flows unceasingly towards it, converging in a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. To the others, I shall be with you in a few moments. Seto, yeah. Yes, Seto is who I'm referring to. Thank you, Oblivion. Ardburrito. This whole expansion is rough on Y'shtola, I feel. What, physically because of all the aetherological fucky-wuckiness? It's not only tempered that need care. A fair few of our own were wounded on the Magna Glacius. If only we hadn't needed to defend the supply caravan, a lot more of us could have joined the front line. Between guarding our supplies and keeping an eye on the tempered as they undergo treatment, we certainly kept busy. My friend, you'll be pleased to know most of the tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since one would expect to find them ransacked, strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me that they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking out loud. You mentioned a meeting? I'll make my way there. I was about to say, do Despotito, but with Ardbert. I'm like, Arborito. There's something there. Many of us took quite a beating at the Magna Glacius, but we had helped each other hobble through the snow and wind, sparing nay a thought for which delegation we belonged to. From now on, we're all firm comrades through thick and thin. Yeah, it is a good outfit. That outfit's from somewhere. I'm pretty sure almost all of their outfits are asset reuse in some way, right? I should probably... Here, I should probably put on my own jacket. Oh, here, I'll just glamour it. Oh, honestly, you know what? That looks cool. That does... Okay, guys, should I put on a jacket? I'm gonna start a poll. Well, I talk to everybody real quick. Virgilia is in our care, along with the rest of the tempered. Glory to Garlemald, glory to Garlemald. They still whisper in their sleep even as they writhe in pain. Rabban taught me a lot about military strategy during exercises in the fringes, coordinating units with wildly different capabilities, surveying and securing hostile terrain, that sort of thing. Now I have a chance to put his teachings into practice. We've asked a lot of the Ironwork members and some of our other comrades to stay with the airships. In the event we are discovered, we must be ready to move them swiftly to a safer location. This is all that remains of Latrium. Homes become empty husks. If this is the state of the outlying villages, I dread to think what has become of the capital. Hey, hell's bells, this place is bloody freezing. I'd rather be tied to the topmast in the storm than suffer the cold any longer. Anyone who can spare a swig of rum, that'll sort me right out. The tempered soldiers are sleeping soundly while they undergo treatment. There are too many to attend at once, but I and the other healers will see to all eventually. The Urban Rebel coats are cool. One die. I think Ra's wearing the Urban coat. I think that you're right. Might be thinking of our other Scion. The Urban and Rebel coats are cool. One dies the straps and the other keeps straps black. Okay, everyone is definitely on the wearing. So I will cast a glamour. There you go. I didn't have it on before because I was clearly fighting too much, so I was keeping perfectly warm. That's my rationale. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin. Roger that,
The
Ray.
present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city, for therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with cerulean heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinists will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty. As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblin Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
If there's any survivors, we'll find them.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties.
Light! Good to see, glad to have you.
Haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
I feel like you pick on Big Worm stuff and then end up in an Ifrit or Rabbit Astro duty, or vice versa. You wear Summer Beach stuff and then end up in Shiva. To be honest, it's not that Shiva herself wears that much. Yeah, but she's made of ice anyway, so it's not like being whole. Yeah, when you're an corporeal being made up of that element, you know, it's something. Oh, Oblivion. Especially when she dress changes, make sure to look away. Yeah, you know where we're going, Tam. Also, if anyone needs help with anything, Issa is offering. Definitely take advantage of that. My headcanon is that Ezm's Echo powers the ability to sense plot-relevant people, places, and items. Yeah, I mean, that's the sort of, like, headcanon where people think, like, the orange AoE markers and stuff are also part of Echo powers or something. I don't know that it's likely, but I think there's something to be said about the fact that the Seat of Azem, what is unique about it is that it pulls people to him naturally. Is that I think whether or not you have an ability to like know plot, instead you just have the natural affinity to be drawn to people and draw people to you. I say really went, yep, Warrior of Light, you're totally going on guard duty while we're here, sweet summer child. Oh, nothing Oblivion. I always imagined this in the case with green sparkly quest objects. Yeah. Could be. I never thought myself much of an explorer, though I suppose my adventures have taken me to all sorts of strange, distant places. With that in mind, traversing an ice field should be far simpler feat. Gods be good. If it's this cold with Tataru's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. If I must remember to thank her when next we meet. It makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them and quickly. Ooh, actually, wait, I want to talk to Manuelian really quick. No, there's this odd perception that his guardians have lived their whole lives in the snow, but it really wasn't that bad before the calamity. And afterwards, well, I was rarely more than a few paces from a raging fire. This dreadful place, on the other hand, is nothing but cold, 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 and more cold, and it's my understanding that Ilsabard has always been this way. God, can you imagine? Because remember, it's only been 5 years for him that that Kurth has been cold. So it's the Eblin Rhine we go, but where do we even start looking for such a place? I just said the same lines. What ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Since you asked, we're to scour the Eblin Rhine for survivors. What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? You take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends. I know just the spot to begin our search. Infinite! Yeah. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. I don't know why, yes. Every copy of 14 is personalized, Ray. I always find it weird when people refer to Azam as he. Yeah, seeing as you could say, they use it male if your character's male or female. Like even the short stories don't use a neutral noun, they'll switch between he and she. So. Ancients didn't have unique abilities on their own, but it is part of what the Echo was as a whole. Well, some of them do have unique abilities on their own, too. So the Echo is representative both of capacity as the Ancients as unsundered beings, but also as individuals. Which is also why the Echo isn't universally the same across everyone. I wasn't sure if I was being referred to. Yeah, no worries, Oblivion, no worries. I do like the idea that AoE markers are explained in lore, not just game mechanic. Yeah, I think the problem is that, so while that's fun, I would not take it as the case, mainly because you don't want to make every single mechanic have to be explainable in lore, because you hyper restrict what could be made mechanically in the game. So there needs to be a subsect where it's okay to say, a point at which it's okay to say, okay, this is a mechanical aspect of being able to play the game rather than just a lore explanation. But it also would be weird in certain fights when you don't have the ability to perceive that. But maybe. Is it just me that keeps getting Azem and Ansem mixed up and forgetting which one is in which game? Z in 14, S in Kingdom Hearts. Very different characters. Most people seem to refer to Azem by they, them because their gender depends on the PCs. Yeah. In general, if you're not referring to Azem in terms of like your own version of the game that you're playing, then using neutral is the most, I mean, honestly, in general, using neutral is the most effective. Lore justification. A wizard did it. Isn't it explicitly was the case with the Hydaelyn? She saw her opponent's next move. Yes, but there's a difference between her witnessing that with the Resonant and being able to foresee the next couple of attacks forward in time, and what we see in terms of how the orange AoE markers are exhibited, and also the fact that other people with the Echo don't necessarily bear witness to that in the same way. So while that's a power Hydaelyn had from her Resonant, it does not necessarily mean that our orange markers are explicitly the same thing. Could be, could imply it, but that doesn't mean it makes it true, you know. I'm surprised by how many wild beasts there are roaming around this place. Perhaps now the soldiers have gone, they're free to wander and forage as they please. The few buildings I can see don't appear to be residences. That they may still warrant investigation, though. Yeah, maybe hopefully someday, Tim. I would say honestly just keep asking for it in terms of on the forums and like at fan fests or like stuff like that. I think that's the best way to make it clear that it's desired. Part of the problem is that, not problem, but the thing is that Japanese is way more gender neutral in general anyways. And well, just because you have to specify gender rather than it just being like a very like general part of like speech in English. So I would think the rewriting for the game would probably be more, certain versions of the game would have it more than others. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing, or maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after either way. Is that a current aether current? Ah, no, just a wind spirit. Other than that, it's all snow, 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 snow. But lo, what do I see? Oh, you're over yon hillock. There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. A survivor. Show me. Over there, behind the tree. It looks like she's running away from something. Though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress. Rather fetching one at that. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near her, but we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you, but won't you need some for yourself? Oh no, no, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. Emmanuel can have his moments. I think because the Warrior of Light as a default mode is male. Well, he's canonically Meteor is yeah, male, but there's a difference between default. Yeah, but yeah, Zem is dependent on the player character's gender, right? Like, cause otherwise, if it was just gonna only ever be from like the canonical perspective, they would have just picked a male for a Zem or something. My bet is on housing lottery. What? Oh, okay. What mechanic would still be the silliest if we explain it from a lore point of view? I mean, the housing lottery is easy to explain. There's a limited number of housing. Like, that's a thing in the game, like in the lore. Like that, part of the reason like the mists in those places and the goblets and stuff were built was because the housing was limited anyways. So, and they wanted it for adventurers. So no, I think that's already explained in canon. The lottery system is just held by those people who like the system that owns the plot. And there's, you know, finite numbers is very easy. Not canon, but Noctis could see the tower markers as well. Well, yeah, well, I'm assuming you meaning the 15 crossover event. That's a whole thing. Does Xenos also see the future in fights like Fordola? Cheater tells us to test our reflexes, yet he doesn't need to react, he already knows it. It's hard to know if that's him or he's just very perceptive, because he seems to have that kind of skill ahead of time, even during the short story. Default Warrior of Light is male. Ray enters chat. Default and canon are different words, though, yeah. Yeah, hi, I can see them in yell chat. Also proves souls are not always defined by gender. Yeah, it's interesting, because the couple of examples we have so far, both with a Zem, with Ardbur, and now with certain other characters that I can't reference yet. Well, and other characters I can't reference yet. So far, every example we've seen of someone where we've seen their unsundered self and a version of their sundered self, appearances are similar, and their gender has been the same thus far. But I definitely think they could play with that in the future easily. I think they should. Also, Gaia. I think Gaia, Eorzean, and Gaia is another example. A trail of fresh footprints leads east. Yeah, well, yeah. Resonant is based on Kryle's soul as its template step, but clearly Fordola and Xenos seem to have like experienced it differently. So I definitely think that it's not a one-to-one just based on Kryle. These footprints appear to be the same as though you saw previously. They lead towards the building. The Dolthrall gender random when they reincarnate. Yeah, I feel like that's the strongest time that they've messed with it. In terms of the problem is we don't, with the Dolthrall, we have their word for it that when they reincarnate, they do bear the same soul as their prior incarnation, which we don't know that they do yet. We just know that that is their cultural belief, and I hope that we find that that is the case where they play with that in such a way where it's much more definitive to some extent. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the doors doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? According to the label here, this place was used by those involved with extracting ceruleum. I love how you can see the Ignis glens glowing during night. You can see this. So that's all ice, but ceruleum is trapped in the ice, and that's what you're seeing glowing. That's why there's a mining platform to take the ice from the water and ice. Take the ceruleum from the water and ice and to process it. Right. The girl is in a green dress, anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from the distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It'd be safer to go closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. I'm curious, because I've heard that this section of the game's contentious. Follow the girl from a safe distance. How many of you guys really appreciated the Garlemald section when you were going through it the first time? And how many of you appreciate it now, but maybe didn't appreciate it at first? Because I do think for me, without this, I don't think Endwalker works, and I don't think that the Garlean story ends right for me, personally. I think the level of like sort of nuance, the explanation of their history, the understanding of their fear of magic, I think their legacy, the understanding Garlean pride, the way that's inculcated, I think the whole narrative here is really fundamental in order to like pay off the Garlean stuff that's happened so far and make it a much more, I mean, compelling and interesting thing. I think it ties into like a lot of the interesting points of history that the Garleans are referenced up to this point, whether it be in Rome, whether it be in Imperial Japan, whether it be in Soviet Union, whether it be in I think, you know, Nazi Germany. I think there's like too much that's important and rooted in this. If those beasts spot me, I'm done for. Yes, it is. I hope my luck holds. Yeah, talking about in general, Mac. Yeah, I think just because I think twofold. I mean, some people just frustrating because of the pacing or like things like the following quests and stuff. But some of it I think is also. I mean, some of it I've heard is they just like the Garleans just annoy them, or the Garleans are just like frustrating. It's like, I mean, yeah, it's supposed to be somewhat frustrating, but it's also like, I don't know, rooted in what feels kind of more real rather than just pretending it's, yeah. Garlemald almost felt too real to me, as if something like this could happen. Yeah, in real life, if you overlook the fantasy elements. Yeah, I mean, and I think that's the point, though, right? It's rooted, Garlemald and a lot of 14 has always been rooted in, like, real historical things. 14 has, like, used a lot of historical elements to, like, give it more of not an edge of realism just in and of itself, but an edge of feeling more holistic. Oh. Still in one piece. Theoretical question, do you think Azem's transformation is something most ancients should be capable of doing, like what Hermes does? Well, most ancients, yeah, should be capable of doing, especially powerful ones. You could guess anything, AC, though. You really, like, there's anything. You could guess anything. I mean, you're supposed to be frustrated with the Garleans, yeah. Yeah, it felt like this is what living in a fascist state does to you, yeah. I really like it in the context of Endwalker, but the aftermath, not so much. The aftermath. I'm not sure I follow, because I'm not sure how you disconnect those two things, Mac. Garlemald also, this part of Garlemald was screaming at the screen, but I appreciate it, yeah. It's very angry going through it in a good way. 2 moments specifically made me annoyed. Like, it's good to get that reaction, not bad, yeah. Garlemald's the opposite of the rest of the game, hero fantasy. Here, we can't save everyone, and it sucks for us. Well, and I don't think it's just about we can't save everyone, it's some wounds and scars don't heal just because you're trying to do the right thing or you're doing the right thing. You know? It takes time to undo that. Who are you? Stay back. The house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alfino. This is my sister Alice and our good friend Elio. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the one responsible for all this. You did this to us. We didn't. I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telafroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telafroi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Licinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night, and that roar, the terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my lives, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggling with soldiers, but didn't want to stay and watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was, but now me and a few others are, borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were. The truth is our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I better tell the others first, though. Wait here. So the civilians are aware of the concept. Well, they're no. They're aware of the concept of magic. They're afraid of magic and don't have a full understanding of it. Also, just because she understands the Seven Hells doesn't mean all Garlean civilians. Just because like one civilian knows the thing doesn't mean it. I think Endwalker's objectively a great expansion, but I really think it would have been split to different expects. Yeah, Jay, that's the hard thing, and I think that's. I feel like if they had done an expansion that was just about Garlemald and then Endwalker had been the expansion after it, which they had considered doing at first, I think a lot of people might also have been annoyed the same way people felt like Stormblood didn't do enough and was kind of boring because it was the political intrigue and the so like I feel like they synthesized them into a plot that's unified, especially with Xenos and the way Euless rejects him, and like I feel like Garlemald isn't a separate section. To me, it still integrates into the fundamental point at the heart of Endwalker, but I see your point. I don't know the Seven Hells myself. Yeah, the Seven Heavens and the Seven Hells of the Eorzean 12 should have wings. AC, what you are asking is literally just what is my complete made up headcanon based on nothing for what their transformation is, and I think you could have fun doing that, but I think there's no interesting conversation around it that's rooted in something. I think Endwalker has too much for plot for one expansion, but not enough for two. I want my expansion stuffed. Like, I like it when my expansions burst to like full to bursting with plot and events and things happening. Because I think that's why one of the reasons I like Endwalker as much as I do. Ray. This is everyone. Lucina says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fooled to let foreign troops into our homes. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of heating the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alice? We'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under the gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bower. Yes. Yes, do as you will. I'll take it, Lynn. Chocobo themed, I get that behind that. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a fun conversation to be had. That's just not rooted in anything. Maybe there's a great motif. Jade. What, you don't like having your expansions stuffed? You don't like having your expansions stuffed from both ends? Look, I just like it when my expansion has a rod of hot burning plot shoved right up its entrances and exits. Actually, is there anyone to talk to? Oh yeah, again, AC, plenty of headcanoning and like speculation you can do, but just for me, if there's not something to root it in, it's not that interesting, you know, because then you're just whatever you want goes. Please rephrase, please rephrase. God, Home Beyond the Horizon, Home Beyond the Horizons is haunting. All's well with food in my belly and a song in my heart. What they need most is a decent meal. We've food back in the camp, but there's the distance to consider. If you haven't realized, this is the Garlemald anthem, but it's almost like a dirge. It's like a 1930s, 1940s over the radio version. I can feel my fingers again. Or at least signs of frostbite. This must be treated quickly. Sorry, Desberry. See, when I want to use language like that, I feel like I get in trouble. Spirit of Naniri possessed the stream, I see. Yeah, Naniri's been sick for a couple weeks, and so I could have channeled Naniri a bit. Very Cold War-esque. It's interesting, I don't know, maybe Soviet a little bit in terms of vibe, but like in how it sounds, I think of it much more, I would think, like the height of the radio era, so like pre-60s, really. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave the space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're far worse state than me. We're planning to look for somewhere warmer with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? World War II more than Cold War, yeah. I can treat their frostbites and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make us use of Emmanuel's tinctures, the one that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? Join our YouTube oh my god. Join our YouTube channel for a little price of not much a month, $1 in fact. You get custom emojis, special badges, and the warm fuzzy feeling of supporting your favorite archivists like me, Naniri, Ray, Issa, V, and yeah. And fun emotes. Like Double Brooms and Deadpool or Ray bands. The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies it will return with a vengeance. Warming tincture. Being gifts from the notorious unreliable Emmanuel, it is highly doubtful this concoction will have the intended effect. If only there was a willing and more importantly unwitting volunteer on whom to test it. Warming tinctures. I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it seems absurd now after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from the wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulia England is full of this stuff for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about the extraction or refinement. Bom, 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 bom. All is well. Yes, never better. Oh, what sweet libation is this? Is it poisoned by any chance? Twas a joke! If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep. So sad the poet, and alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead, or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When the morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions and screams, was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash, as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. Neo, good to see you, glad to have you. Yeah, Neo, totally agree. Eblin Rhyme? That's in 4? I don't remember in 4. Eblin Rhyme. FF. Which is it in 4? Oh, Eblin is in. Okay, yeah, now I remember. Eblin is in 4. Yeah, it is the kingdom southwest, because that's where Edge comes from. Yeah, it's clan ruled by clan of ninjas. Yeah, okay, yep. Yep, now I remember. What do you want? Here, have a warming tincture. It'll help. A tincture? May as well drink it, I suppose. This? It's a radio. You don't have them where you're from, I take it. We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made quality components crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus and Menos. It is. Okay, I'm sorry, I don't remember who brought this up, but there was an interesting point someone made about being frustrated by the radios doing what they do, and how it's connected to the warding scales because it feels cheap, because, like, well, that just seems random. Except for Fandaniel calls out that the warding scale seems similar to the technology, the anti-tempering technology created by Owen and during Allag, which is relevant because Emmett was around during Allag and those creations, and was also part of the creation of the advancements like the radio for Garlemald. And also, Locus and Menos is, you know, Corvos, where a lot of Garlean tech and installations were, so it means that the ore may have been found from there. So there's actually this, like, very broad interweaving connection between the warding scales, the radio, and Allag and Emmet. So, like, there's actually this really interesting interwoven thing going on. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus and Menos it is. Not at all useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus and Menos. We may have found an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hoped to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varys yet lives, that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varys would not be defeated so easily. We know better. We bore witness to it. If not exactly firsthand, then secondhand. Why would ninjas need royalty? Why wouldn't they? Like, ninjutsu as a practice, right? Ninjutsu is a sense of practice. Like, if you have, like, knights, royalty and knights, right? what necessarily is any different necessarily that have ninjas and royalty, you know? Garlemald, flat earthers. More copium, really. Less of there's a conspiracy against us and more I want to believe that things are actually better than they appear to be. What's that? It'd be more like assuming JFK didn't actually die, but not necessarily that there was a conspiracy, that the conspiracy was all bullshit necessarily, but that like actually he managed to survive the shot somehow or something like that. So this is what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask of you. Are you part of the group staying in Letrium? I saw Legatus Virgilia's troops heading towards the Magna Glacius a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? That was us. We put an end to them, but we didn't kill anyone. We made a camp at Camp Broken Glass. Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Virgilia and her men are all there now. So how did you reach the Magna Glacius? Did you come across the mountains on foot? No, by airship. Airships? Then there might be a way to... Lysenia? Where is everyone? Is something the matter? Did you hear a voice? I swear I could have heard a voice coming from inside. A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby almasty has found its way into the house. Wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to settlements. Some have been known to attack people, too. Oh, that's foreshadowing. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then surely beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you've a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tapers living there. People whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange. Lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'll have to make our own way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. Ooh. I don't want to say that, because that's almost like a threat. If it's ceruleum you need, then we'll get it. But make sure to take care of that baby almasty while we're away. Thank you so much. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but you'd rather not have to take the risk. You'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. Now, if you decide to head there, please be careful. Every kingdom needs its assassins as much as it needs its knights. Yeah, yeah. I mean that's too. It's ironic considering Varys' military record and experience. He normally wouldn't have gone down so easily, but Xenos is an anomaly. Yeah, I mean Xenos, he went up against Xenos. I mean, he was never gonna win that fight. You see in Memoria Miseria just how strong he is. Like, he was a very powerful foe. That line reminds me of Wedge Antility's argument for starting Wrath Squadron in X-Wing books. Yeah. Not to mention he wasn't expecting Xenos in a different body to overpower an Ascian in his body. He was caught unawares. Yeah. Some of the Warrior of Light remarks are going beyond snarky and then just come out as rude. I think it super depends on how you read that, though, because I think what he's saying is, I'm accepting the lie you're telling me, but hey, look after that person, right? It's that line devoid of context of like how it's spoken drastically changes the meaning of it. Because if you're like, well, look after that almasty, or yeah, look after that baby almasty, is different than, okay, hey, look after that baby almasty while I'm away, okay? Like the tone super depends, and if you don't have the voice acting, you have to interpret it. It's kind of like talking over the internet. The Memoria Miseria is not a real fight, to be fair. Sure, but it clearly is conveying to you the power of like what the like sort of fighter that he is. Yes, it is a memory. It's literally a memory. It's not a or a manufactured memory in a sense. But it still, I think, makes the case that he is a quite capable fighter. Who goes there? How did you find this? Oh wait, that's a Rogan. That's not a Hrothgar. I was sent here by some of the people over in Victor's Spoils. What do you mean? I stand out like a sore thumb. The purebloods over at Victor's Spoils haven't get away our location. You never have found us. Those stuck-up assholes thought they could come waltzing in here demanding cerulean with nothing to offer in return. Ha! Looks like the boot's on the other foot now that the capital's gone to shite. So they've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, sellsword. If you think we'll give out to him to intimidation, then you've got another thing coming. Oh fuck. No, stop, please. Consider me intimidated. Am I dead yet? There you are. Just after you left, Lysina asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tapper's Den. Well then, after you. Unfortunately, English is a monotone language. I wouldn't say that's true. Just because we're not a tone language like Chinese does not mean that that inflection is not highly present in communication. Like, tone is hugely important in English. It's not just because we don't have like rising intonation, but yeah, I wouldn't just because it does like a word, it doesn't change like a noun. The difference between hello and hello doesn't change the word. Doesn't mean it doesn't change the inflection. Doesn't drastically alter me like implied meaning. Do we know what happened to the provinces and the rest of the legions for this big empire? It feels that we just care about the people and what happens in the capital. No. So you have Whirlit, which is dealing with the remnants of the 7th and some of the people there. The 10th was in Corvos. The 3rd and the 1st were both in up in Ilsabard. The 4th is dealt with during Bosnia. 14th is already dealt with. The 12th is dealt with during Stormblood. So 11th, 13th, 9th, 6th is dealt with during Heaven's Word. So 9th, 8th, 13th, and 11th, and the 2nd and 5th. Those are the ones that I can't think of we necessarily deal with anyways. So no, we do deal with a lot. You have to remember, like, one, they're spread up across Ilsabard. They're also been spread out across Othard and Eorzea. And also we don't know how many, if there might have been a legion over in Mercidia or the New World or any number of things. We fight him in Sid's memories inside the Mistral's Ballad. That's what we were talking about with Memoria Misera Infinite. Yeah. Oh yeah, the Moria's not a real fight. We fight him in Sid's. Oh, did someone ask a question about that? I love how out of his depth Elidibus was with Xeno. It's like the only one time we fight him and that he's faced a real threat he had to flee from. I feel like part of it's the threat he had to flee from, but my impression is more that he just went, this plan's no longer working and I have other things I also need to attend to, like over in the source, or in the first. I wonder how much various military prowess comes down to him throwing his demigod son at his enemies. Like, no doubt he has skill and talent of his own, but he also has Xenos. Oh, he seems a pretty hands-on. I totally agree with Infinite. I think he's a very hands-on guy. He won respect in many, many different ways well before he ever had Xenos as a son, and Xenos was ever... Like, he keeps Xenos leashed with the 12. He doesn't... Xenos is just like a hound and a tool in his tool belt, but Varys is very capable on his own. He just also is a leader, and you see what happens when he leads throughout history, this is what happens with strongmen and stuff, right? Is that when he left the capital, or when he died, another war of succession began. It's like, he has to make sure that power, that he keeps the empire together and that power stays with him so that things are maintained, which is why he can't always just be out on the front lines fighting. Varys was a former High Legatus long before he had a son, yeah. Tone doesn't change the explicit meaning, but it can change the implicit meaning in English. Yeah, and wildly. The difference between, hi, how are you, and, Hi, how are you? You know? So if the Horned Hrothgar are a separate species than the ones in Bosnia? No. No, just some Bosnian ones have. There's the two different groups of Hrothgar. Here, we can pull them up. It's funny, I typed in Hrothgar, and of course it pulled up the Dwarven King. Oh, it's funny, I haven't actually studied the Hrothgar as much as I remember, but that's also because there isn't a ton beyond Bosnia. Why am I forgetting the Hrothgar clans? Two clans, the warm-colored Hydaelyn and the Winterford Lost. Yeah, the Lost and the Hydaelyn. So like that's just the change in their color. Some Hrothgar just have horns and some don't. I mean, they're based off of the Ronso from 10, mainly. I kind of want the new world to be almost cyberpunky. I hope it isn't mostly tribal groups. I would be really surprised if it was based off of the Wallachui Jade, but I think that there could be something like that, maybe. Yukio, good to see you, glad to have you. After playing WoW before this and hating the whole Tedrasil BS, it was refreshing to have Xenos shut down his father's horrible plot without any hesitation. Zenhama, but I don't even think Xenos cared to stop his father's plan because of anything to do with it being right or wrong. I don't think he cared about that. His father was just in his way for doing other things. You know? Varys had many campaigns which was reported to be accomplished warrior, not to mention he has a massive in size, yeah. In text, English feels monotone sometimes, I meant. Oh, yeah, Hunter, yeah, totally. In text, English is very hard to gauge the tonality without other using the words to try and glean context, 100%. Brain going too fast for fingers. Lady, I feel that. Feel free to take your time. Yeah, 12th is Xena's personal legion, and it feels like soldiers may even fear being sent to that legion because you can either be meat throws. Yeah, totally infinite. My understanding of Xenos and Elidibus was that Elidibus fled to the first one we killed Emmett, and that's why our timeline is different from the 8th Calamity one. No. Our timeline is different from the 8th Calamity one because we went to the first. We went to the first and we stopped the Flood of Light there from fulfilling and then thus causing the chain reaction. The main thing that differentiates our timeline from the 8th Emerald Calamity timeline is the fact that Graha went back and created the Crystal Tower. It brought the Crystal Tower to the first and then also pulled us to the first to help change the events there. That's what changed it. And then Elidibus was in the room post Emmett. Emmett's already dead, and but Elidibus is in the room in Xenos' body, but then kind of either is defeated or kind of just fucks off. It cuts away before we see exactly what Xenos does. We just know that Xenos gets his body back and that Elidibus fled. Just because he got bored or angry. How's the 12th Xenos' leash? Because imagine you have someone who has a bunch of an insane amount of power and no responsibilities and can do whatever they want. And the best way you can think to leash them is to put them in a position of authority, but that is limited and has a narrow scope and a fixed task, right? That's how it's his leash. I mean, we see, it's just various, it just depends on whether we get, some have horns, some don't. I mean, it's the same way, what's a good way to put it? It's like seeing that like really ugly Highlander face, or what's another good way to put it? It's like seeing, I'm thinking more of like clan stuff, but it's just like a specific trait you can see sometimes. Xenos actually did the right thing, yeah, basically. And may confuse legions. So, just a reminder, First Legion, I don't know if it's actually led by Nerva, but it might, is even Nerva, not Quintus, right? It might have been Quintus, actually. We'll get to that in a bit. But 3rd is Vergilia, 4th was Gabranth, 5th we don't know, 2nd we don't know, as far as I know. 6th was Regula, 7 was Nail and then Valen's. 8th we don't know, 9th we don't know as far as I can think of. 10th we don't know who led it, I believe, but we know that their 10th Legion was in Corvos. There might actually be a reference to who led it. Forget his name, but I believe it's a male. 11th we don't know, 12th was Xenos, 13 we don't know, and 14 was Gaius. Yeah, I think it's gonna be tribes, but I want it to be like New Nation and Destiny Lightfall because of Allegan shards or something. Yeah, well, Jade, I would say that I bet you one of the reflections is super gonna be that. I don't know that that necessarily helps, but like I would bet you money that a reflection would be that, and that 8.0 would probably have to do at least somewhat with reflections due to current story. But basically, as long as he has his enemies to cut and soldiers to command and also cut, he is content with being here where he is. But then in 4.x, 5.x happened and he got away. Yeah, exactly, Infinite. Perfect way to put it. No, I mean, if Xenos beats Elidibus and then presumably kills Varys, that would still prevent the use of Black Rose. But all of that happens after Black Rose was being prevented from being used. Also, Black Rose is already partially being used, and the reasons that Xenos ends up doing those things. So, for instance, in the Aethermal Calamity timeline, Varys may have already died, and those events already transpired, and then someone else activated Black Rose. Like, Elidibus, let's say, the key thing that changed already changed. So by the time events are happening in the source, post our arrival there, things are already different. For instance, if the Warrior of Light had always stayed in the source, right? We may have pushed from the Gimlet Dark into Wurla immediately and then directly into Ilsabard, never having stopped for a second. And in doing so, Varys may have activated Black Rose much earlier, and the Flood of Light would have happened much earlier as well. The continuation of the Flood of Light may have happened earlier on the first. So the important thing is that once the derivation has happened in the Scions being drawn to the first, in the Exarch's plan being activated, it's already a split. Things have already altered their course. Yes, that's also hope y'all have a good night. Have a good one, Issa! Old Man Catboy's face is another example you don't see a lot. Yes, that's true, yeah. To be fair, Xenos was completely leashed in 12th. It was only when he met us that he felt emotions and broke free. Yeah. Actually doing the right thing described one of my D&D parties. I see a point. Thanks for clarifying. Yeah, totally, Lynn. Correct me if my memory is off. Xenos stopped the Black Rose because the Rose would cut off his thrill of hunting strong opponents. As far as I'm aware, Xenos is like very ambiguously aware of it in general, and the reason he doesn't activate it is it would not serve that function, but he kills Varys because Varys is in his way, and he also needs to get his body back, and he wants to because Xenos still wants to cause chaos. So he kills Varys to create basically another War of Succession that continues the problem, right? Because he doesn't like kill Varys and then take his place or anything, but it just causes the chaos versus the third and the first. So Xenos is a situation where, like, I think while the Black Rose would have inhibited his ultimate goal, I don't think like he's even trying to necessarily stop it. Yeah, he called it a coward's weapon. Yeah, here, I'll pull that up. Like, I don't think it's his primary motivation. I think if it had continued to be a problem, it would have been, but it kind of falls away for him. Tataru, Imperial Soldier. Alfino. Well, Severa, that would be later. Yeah, okay, this would take too long to look up. Here, let's try Black Rose. And then Xenos. Yeah, nothing pops up. Oh well, we'll look it up later. But yeah, he definitely would have seen it as a coward's weapon and would have seen it as inhibiting it, but he basically doesn't have to really worry about it by the time he does what he's doing, because the Flood of Light stopped. So like the ultimate threat of Black Rose is already deeply restricted, and also something he would never use. You can't bite down on someone's jugular if they aren't poisoned. Yeah, so he would never use it because it goes against what he wants. I wonder what Xenos would have done during the Aethermal Calamity with it. He may have died, frankly, Yukio. Then or he would have maybe killed himself because there'd be no point. Who are you? What happened to the guards? I dealt with them, but mostly because they made me. I'm here to help, and we need some ceruleum. Eorzean and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the seven hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess. None of you are Guardians. You were brought here from other lands. Girbanya, Yanksha, Bosya, Dalmaska, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bullocks about the better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly at the bottom rung of the latter. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that escaped more or less unscathed is ceruleum ingens, still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. But here we are, you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake. But how can you do that if it's a frozen over?
Ha! Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days. What with the city in ruins, we take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger, unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, we'd be sure to tell your contingent. We've got ceruleum by the barrelful, if they're interested. We'll exchange it for whatever provisions you are willing to spare.
You can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here?
Free to go. Go where? Even if we manage to get back to our homelands, there's nothing left for us thanks to the Empire. And the knowledge and skills we required working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we are staying for the time being. Long as there is need for ceruleum, we will find a way to get by. Even if Garlemald as we know it is gone for good.
Lynn, so first off, I'd say go do the side quest, because you actually do get an answer of how they do it. And secondly, but them not telling us is more set. If they told their one piece of leverage here, they don't know us, and their one piece of leverage right now is the fact that they can still get ceruleum. Why would they tell us? It's satisfying, like, I guess I would be very unsatisfied if they did tell us, because literally it would just be them acting completely, like, that seems weird to me to, like, assume that that's just because the writers couldn't come up with something, as opposed to they're arguing in their best interest, which is their one piece of leverage. Like, not telling us is their only thing that they can use to try and get more supplies, as we're gonna see. Gone for good. Yeah, why in the world would you tell an unknown stranger lifeline? I wasn't complaining, for the record. Oh, okay, yeah, I mean, fair. I just, like, all I'm just saying is, like, I guess, like, had they just told us off the bat, to me, that's less satisfying? Because it's easier. I mean, easy enough. Okay, you know, they're drinking up the water, and okay, here's an idea. They found a process. See this pot here? So this has got food in it, but let's say what they're doing is basically taking a water full of ceruleum, heating it up, and letting the water boil off of steam is finding the way to contain the ceruleum inside. Boom. There's a way that they're doing it. You know, I feel like Oda and crew could have said something if they wanted to. I'm pretty sure the side quests talk about this too.
If you are wondering why we post guards outside, it's because we have trouble with other refugees. And I don't mean they want to take their spoils. Some of them come bearing weapons, and I won't take no for an answer. As for the 2 guards you've met on our way, I'll tell them what we've discussed, once they've recovered from the beating you gave them. Come to think of it, maybe we should ask our contingent to send some bandages and healing balm.
How the bloody hell did you find us here? And who are you? I mean, think about all they've been through, right? They're not exactly going to trust. It kind of is like if you've been playing, I don't know if you guys have been playing recent patch content, but it's kind of, think what happened to the 13th, you know?
Come here from across the ice fields, did you? Then we better hope your word followed by any of them cray soldiers or we're done for.
Regardless of what the Elucidate contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be cause for celebration, while for others, the whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people, that their lives, their stories, should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum.
So you've come seeking ceruleum, have you?
That's the plan. We could try trading for it.
What? Those pure bloods that the victor's spoils sent you? To turn their enemy to their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Lucina got her little sister to think about.
A sister? But we only saw Lucina and the 3 men.
It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Lucina at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange. But I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear?
I can't for the life of me think of why Lucina would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can't ask about that after we've delivered the ceruleum. Come, let's hurry back. I learned only to do boot side quests, that's why I missed the Shadowbringers role quest, as it was a normal side quest marker. Yeah, Basically, blue quests are priority, but it's worth remembering that it's definitely worth doing. Yellow quest. Like, yellow quest can provide... So the two things worth knowing first at yellow quest. If a yellow quest has a banner in its quest, so like when you pick it up and like under the text name, it's got like a banner of some kind of like art or character or something, it's effectively the same as a blue quest. It's important. It's just very story. It's just like, it's got really interesting or important story rather than unlocking something. Because what a blue quest does is it unlocks something. Ray, how do you know where I'm gonna be? Guys, Ray's stalking me. Because I've done this 11 times. Right. Right, of course. Trade secrets. From now on, whenever Ray does something magical, we're just gonna call it trade secrets. She has like, well, it's not how did she get to where I'm gonna be. It's the fact that she's preemptively there that surprises me. You're streaming the game, Elio, but there's a delay. Again, it's not that she's able to follow me, because some of y'all have done that. I see you guys around, but it's that she's preemptively knows like I came from here. I could have gone around this way and would not have passed this section here. Ray is a trade secret. That's true, Loki. Ray is my trade secret. That there's some real truth to that, I'll tell you what. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alfino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. Decoy! Good to see God has ya! My point is there's multiple routes and she picked the right route. Y'all fucking clowning on me. Oh yeah, Oblivion, I notice you every time you do it, but I love it. I do love it. Ray is Fortola. Ray is a secret weapon. She watches the stream 5 minutes ahead of you. Yep. That's clearly it. That makes sense of it. Check your coat for trackers. Ugh, damn it all. They attacked me to help, asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me, caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us now. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting the wings for us to show weakness, then you swoop. Here to help? What rot? All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in? Put ourselves at your mercy. Put us in chains, steal our land, get your revenge? You're wrong. That is not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We've got a bigger problem. I found empty medicine bottles in a bed that was still warm. It's true Lucinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now, there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. And if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot! Her sister's ill, the empty bottles prove it, so the medication ran out. Or she put them in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you! You invade our homeland and taint it with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. The Garlemald should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact than to be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them, since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Lucina and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries, and theirs will join, and theirs. I will join you in the search after. All right, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out here, so that's where we'll start. See, but that's it. But Rag, we're the champion of Eorzea. We're a monster. We've killed thousands of Garleans. We have impossible magics that have been used to repress the Garleans for hundreds of years. We are the embodiment, and we have been told all they understand of us is the monster is the symbol of this thing that is repression and destruction of their home, of Locus Amenos that was taken from them. Like, all these things that we see as symbols of virtue and good are exactly why they're afraid of us. I mean, that's what happens with misinformation, right? 2 sets of fresh footprints. Young woman, judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. Oh, so mad at the part they attacked my boy. Yeah. We're the reason some of their friends and family might have returned from abroad. Even if we're doing the right thing, even if we're trying to do it the best way possible, that's not the only component to be aware of in people's lives. Not everyone assumes the best in everyone else, and not everyone has been trained to assume the best in everyone else. And a lot of people have seen the worst. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose the route so not as to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for our ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alfino's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. And that's what happened at Praetorium when it blew up. Do you think the people of Garlemald were told the truth of Ultima, or that they were told you did that? Yeah. Or how many people just buy into Varys' belief, or Gaius' belief? Think about what... Gaius was an exact proponent of all this, right? The strong must rule. And the reason that we are the strongest is not because of magics, but that, you know, magics are vile and evil, too. No offense, but you don't go into a battlefield or army to expect mercy. But they're civilians, though, AC. The blood staining the snow appears to be fresh, judging by the amount of victim. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southeastward. Hurry. Yep. See, I guess, Hunter, what I would say, here's what I would say, is that I understand their stubbornness being frustrating, but that shouldn't, sympathy is about understanding and about proffering that humanity. Even if it makes you frustrated at them and angry at them and want them to just shut up and just take your help and know that the world can be better and know they're wrong and know all those things, if we just let being frustrated at people be the end of our sympathy, it becomes impossible to... At some point, you just stop trying, unless someone immediately reaches out their hand. The 2 bodies are already cold. And that's why it's all the more perfect that this song is a dirge for Garlemald.
trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why wouldn't they? Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
The only reason we ever succeed is because we still keep trying. You know? If we don't keep trying to reach out a hand, even if it's rejected. You don't always make a better world first attempt, right? You don't always make allies first attempt.
About Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it. But Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
That's everything. There must have been something we could have done. But what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? We have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our reports to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. The way we were treated here is nearly a copy post of how the U.S. was treated post-World War II in Japan. Yeah, Loki, we were just talking about that. I was just talking about that recently with someone. Yeah, we're trying to help them rebuild and do the right post-war time, and there's no fault on either side acting the way they are. Yeah. I'm confused. You're talking about civilians going into battle and getting killed by us. I was referring to those in armies of conscripts. Yeah, but we were talking about civilians, so. Heaviness of Garlemald plot themes is immense, to say the least, especially for an MMO. Bodies are already cold. Yeah. No, I mean, but that's the thing, is that 14 has always been dealing with stuff like that. I think just Garlemald is where they, like, get to climax that aspect of it and do it, I think, even more justice. Trying hard not to cry, yeah. We really were monsters to them. They were more afraid of us than the wind and the cold and the monsters outside their door. That's how great their fear was. And we're going to see that multiple times coming up here. And I think the most important character... Pay attention to Euless when we meet him now, and then think about Euless up to the point of 6.4. I'll say that. Like, pay attention to that, because that is an arc. But it takes us to keep trying and not giving up at the first sign of failure. The fact that they have to interact things like twice as long as normal and track things there was on purpose. They force you to look at them for longer. Yeah. The radio playing gives me such creepy, hopeless feels. I'm not convinced we're monsters. We're just someone to fear in their eyes. They don't know us personally or our reputation. That makes a distinction. Yeah, I don't agree with that, AC, because the point is, it doesn't matter if they know we're the Warrior of Light. We use magic that makes us a monster to them. Like, I think what you described is still what a monster is. For the record, the cutscene while wearing the Highland Bull and hood was jarring. Yeah, I'm sure. God, the VAs need rewards. Yeah. Sweet, sweet Alfie. Thank you, lady, for the tissue. I'm offering free hugs. Is there an example given a later story point help me make the Garlean point of view in this moment really click? Yeah, I think that's the thing is, like, it's not, if it was just this and then, okay, moving on to the next thing, it doesn't work, but it's this part and parts coming up and parts after that and parts later on in the story, you know? Reflections of you sail out there. Yeah, children dying in the cold and the snow and trying to make a better future where they don't have to anymore. Absolutely, that was your sail stream, right? I don't think just for Ishgard, I think for everyone. I never thought I'd shed a tear for Garleans. At the end of the day, we're all just human, you know? So I don't see the point of view as I did at the time, but it's still like, you ran off to die, at least give the other thing a chance of not dying. But Rag, so like they even say this, right? The problem is that they think, imagine from their perspective, they think they're going to be taken and enslaved and terrible things are going to be done to them or twisted with magics or like become like they think their fate, they genuinely believe their fate is worse if they stay than the chance that they might take if they try to go out, right? So they are absolutely doing what you're saying, right? They're giving the other thing a chance of not dying. They're giving the thing a chance that they think is the most likely to have an outcome of them not dying and being okay. And that's to escape us in their mind, not to believe us, you know? What if death was preferable? And what if death was preferable, right? They believe that the better option was that, you know? They had no way of knowing we would have done what we've done to them, yeah. Yeah, you're excited for the Raven. I guess that would depend on what kind of screwed up propaganda they made us about. Well, there are pieces of explicit propaganda we're gonna get soon, but we've also had plenty of implicit propaganda explained to it or explicit stuff conveyed to us throughout the story so far. But on top of that, we're between parts of Stormblood, Bosnia, Sid and his stuff, when we engage with other Garleans or Garlean, pureblood Garleans. But there's going to be much more explicit and implicit stuff coming up for sure. The greater a soldier is at home, the more of a villain they are to anyone on the other side. The White Death was seen as a hero at home for defending against Soviets, but not in the USSR. No, he was seen as like, he was a demon, basically, right? That's a great reference point, Jade. Yeah. I mean, he was like, he's called the White Death, right? He's an assassin in the snow, a sniper in the snow. They basically had to bomb his location just to try and get him. Yeah. I think what terrifies me is that we played through this just months before watching something similar play out in the real world in Ukraine, and we know what the fallout will look like. Yeah, I guess the thing, you're right, Loki, but also, there's other historical, like, this has happened before too, right? Like this is, and the thing is that there's a difference in context, right? Like we are not the same as Russia invading Ukraine because we're not here to annex land or to make the Russia a part of, we're here on actual humanitarian efforts attempting to do so. So it's a different context. It's more like what we were talking about earlier, more like World War II post, or America and Japan post World War II. Now, there's even still interesting things arguments you could make about that, about the ways in which America did affect Japan's culture, the ways in which America did not necessarily leave all of its military presence. So like even that you can make points about. But like there's a lot, this is not new, and that's why it's here, is that this is not fantasy, this is a lesson we can learn from looking at history. Even assuming no propaganda at all, even if they knew the truth about who we are, they still have plenty of reason to be afraid, because what if we want revenge? Yeah, because what if we want revenge for all we've done? Plus all the things that they've seen and been through, just in the recent times. You mustn't forget to send some of our allies to Trapper's Den. We stole them for that bottle of ceruleum. Would you mind giving Lucia a full report? Treatment of the Templars is proceeding as well as can be expected. If there's anything to report, you'll be sure to know. Though I gather you have a report of your own to deliver. Is something the matter? The twins look out of sorts, and you two seem a bit off.
Forgive me for saying, but the three of you appear rather drained since your return. I thought I might do to be of assistance. Alice and Alfino tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrained from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask you for your account? And that's what happened to the girls. Thank you for your report.
We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
God, I love the sorrow music.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
No, okay, so of course Nerva didn't lead the 1st, because the 1st was loyal to Varus. I should have known that. 1st has always been the, like, royal authority legion. So Varus effectively was the leader of them. So Nerva was just a claimant, and Virgilio allied with them, but Virgilio was still a legatus of the 3rd Legion. That tracks. So that makes sense. So for context, when Varus died, the 1st Legion still either some denied his death or didn't believe that Nerva was the rightful person to succeed him. So they were fighting to prevent Nerva from taking the throne, and the 3rd joined Nerva and was led by Virgilia. So those are the two factions.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
That was Xenos' and Fandaniel's goal. That's what they did.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered.
Yeah, so Elidibus was also part of furthering it.
And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, The First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
Asahi's house that Fandaniel possessed him.
Asahi was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
Why the fuck is this happening?
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varys giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence.
And see, there's implication there. Sorry, I am having everything fall apart right now, so I just need a second to fix everything. There's implication. She says coincidence by design, but the thing is that you think about who would have been responsible for the making of those radios, right? It would have been Emmett. You think about who would have been... Oh, God. Jesus Christ. You think about who would have been responsible for the making of the radios. It would have been Emmett. You think about who is tied to those, and the fact that Fandaniel notes that they were a lot like Owen's research. That would have been Allegan, which again tied to Emmett and Fandaniel. So like part of it's this like constant idea coming up of people trying to seek ways to counteract tempering, and also you know, the tragic irony would be that the idea that Emmett himself would have been trying to fix things and make it better, or maybe whether intentionally or unintentionally. Would have gone to some lengths in order to try and maybe either protect his people on purpose or as some kind of joke. You know, there's all sorts of reasons you can manifest how the reason that there's that similarity between those two could be a number of things. It also could have been that Owen's research and the Alligans did figure out how to do stuff with it, and that stuff ended up in Locus Amenos. Because we know that Locus Amenos' ore is what has the similar property.
A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
I also love the idea of the radio, of this piece of news, of music, of this thing that could unite people and bring them together. You know, because that's what they were for long swaths of history. When they were around, is, you know, when they were first around, that those things could provide comfort and that those things protected. I think that's I think there's something beautiful.
No wonder
about that.
Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you.
It's also tragic.
A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He's a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans?
And love ye shall find.
Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alizé to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
What would your mother say if I let you 2 go alone?
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Gotta love Iulus and his story. But it does not start out with him. It starts with him at the exact same place the girls were at. Oh man, you guys had a lot. Even assuming no propaganda. This whole scene is Alfino's second major diplomatic failure. Now I say since the start of AR, set up twins really went well through. I don't know that it's a diplomatic. I don't know that he ever could have succeeded no matter what he did, to an extent, because he had to proffer trust, you know. But I mean, yeah, I guess you could call it a failure. I thought the Warrior of Light was also lied about, but I guess it makes sense if they tried to keep that under wraps. I mean, they do lie about them too, yeah. Wait, what's Alfino's first? Definitely the Crystal Braves. Yeah. It feels strange that Anya and Julia quote Soranus is nowhere to be found. Are they alive? I assumed that they just got. I feel like, don't you see them when you see the throne room at one point down? Not sure if he was ever brought up, but do Garleans also use Gil for the currency? That's a great question. It might be the fact that Davnarians and others use it universally seems, and that Gil translates. They may not, but it wouldn't be entirely surprising if they still did. Gil's been around for a while. Will Gaius ever come home to Garlemald? Probably not, because one, like, I mean, yeah, Ray's got it with. Gaius is a bit busy right now in Worlit. But also, I think he would see himself coming back as a symbol to be galvanized to try and restore the old Garlemald, which he says as much here. But he also, I think, wants to dedicate himself to his daughter and to, like, bettering the world with the time he has left. And I think that returning to Garlemald, I don't know how much that would actually end up serving. Asahi dancing with coins, yeah. I've not played Tataru's new quest, but I presume you already found home in Worlit. Yeah, switch my phone on speaker. Yeah, sounds good, Death Fairy. Enjoy your cooking your dinner. Do you know Babel is 14? I got back to you on that. If they haven't touched radios again after the quest line, have they? Is the same power as those scales we are still using, don't suppose might return. I mean, they could return Rag, although I guess I would say their portability is such as there's no real reason not to just use warding scales instead of them. But they could be relevant to some extent. Best boy, yeah, Euless Neo, yeah. I come to 14 fresh. I did AR and Shadowbringers in one go, and my hatred for Garlemald. I was ready to storm in the homeland, but Square Enix subverted my expectations. Seasons of the Splicer doesn't change my view. Yeah, I mean, I get, yeah. I'm glad I changed your view. How he stole our hearts. Saint 14. They're probably not the same power from all we know. They just protect the tower's broadcast of corrupted aether. It may be that target primal influence can easily break radio shield. Yeah, I mean, that's true, the warding scales, though. Warding scales are finite in their ability to protect, as is the radio. But, I mean, they literally are supposed to be the same as theory. Like, everything we get about them is they're effectively the same in how they function. But yeah, so in talking about the name of the Tower of Babel, of paramount concern, even assuming he didn't name the tower Babel on a whim. In Amon's time, it meant the Gateway of the Gods. Xande used it to refer to a void gate, but in this case, it almost certainly alludes to something altogether greater. And if you remember, the Gateway of the Gods becomes important because the Gateway of the Gods is something that Asahi referenced in 5.x. In fact, I was happy to go help them after all they did because we sincerely wanted to save them from themselves. It was good. Yeah. Amelians would beat the Warrior of Life. She let her children go to war. I don't know. That doesn't sound like Amelians. I think Amelians, though, trusts that we never would. Their last team fighting Estinian and Gaius. Yeah, Anya and Julia. So, like, when they escape the room, do you ever bear witness to them? Because I remember that. So, like, no, because you get out of the room and you do the duty thing. So you fight them there. Yeah, that's the very last time they're seen. If you ever get a Garlemald restoration event, maybe he might come back and be involved in that. Maybe. Look, they could absolutely tell the story that way. But I think the thing about Garlemald restoration is if you bring Gaius back, he would be a symbol to galvanize the old guard, is the thing. And that's dangerous. That's really not what he wants. So I can imagine a world in which he doesn't. But maybe. I worry that we're not in the best state of mind to volunteer for this undertaking. But what's done is done. I know you will take good care of them and yourself as well, I trust. They are resilient in the face of hardship. You as well. But good intentions and stubborn determination alone will not be enough to bring our mission to a successful conclusion. Be on your guard. Ulis Pure Norbanus. Oh, hey, I don't know if I know. I'll take a picture of that. It is unusual for one so young to achieve such a high rank. Very unusual. His uniform identifies him as a member of the First Legion, which is a particularly fierce reputation. Whoever superior may be, I advise you to approach them with caution.
We had captured the boy as he was about to make off with our food. He must be very hungry to take such risks. Maybe we should give him something to eat. Reward him for his boldness. You will be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourself accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Thancred in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over you and keep you. I know, this won't bring back Lucina and her sisters. Taking the same risks, making the same mistakes, it's possible, but better to try than to give up. Every time. Perhaps it is unwise to volunteer for a mission so soon after the previous disaster. Nevertheless, you should not squander this opportunity. The lowly tasks of keeping watch over provisions would not normally befit the sun, but these being unusual circumstances, I will let no man take that which is not by rights theirs. I wonder where Estinian is over. He must be somewhere around. We have not really seen hide or hair of him so far. Are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we are outside the camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. You can see a guy's interesting questline that starts the Garlemald restoration, but going to the Garlemald. Yeah, I think that's a really interesting way to do it, lady. Oh, hey, Alberic. Maybe he's hanging out with. I wish he was just hanging out with Estinian. Several of the Temple Knights are off on reconnaissance at present. We as Guardians have seen our fair share of frosts in the past years, so we're more than ready for this icy bout. The Hrothgar from Bosnia, on the other hand, are having a devil of a time adjusting to these chilly climes. The warming stones we lent them seem to have helped enough, though. Ironic that the fur-covered guys are not used to it. I also want to say I think it's definitely possible that he could come back for that. I think they could write it that way. I just feel like all the evidence so far suggests that they wouldn't. We will do as instructed. After all, this is what we've been striving for ever since we arrived. Where do you think their headquarters are? I assume there are a few others besides him and his comrades he mentioned. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over the hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead, I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alice, and he's Alfino. And last but not least, there's Elio. Elio, where have I heard that name before? No matter. Alfino and Alice will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter, run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Giant creatures bar the way, we go around them. Ready to make a dash for the station? Over the hill, right? This must be the road he mentioned. If we follow the station, it should lead to the station. Not the easiest surface to run on. We better not draw attention. I wonder if they had to, like, I'm sure that's the station, I presume. I wonder if there were multiple passes for this where they had to worry about NPCs, like, wandering in, like, well, like that Jotun's doing right now. No, I guess that's just a possible thing that can happen. Liminal Station 4. I don't think it has to be charity for it to be a Garland restoration quest. Like, I think you could look at, for instance, what they did with Doman and, like, Ishgardian stuff, and I think you could come up with, like, other things that would work. This is it. The first stop, that is. Good. It looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No. We're stopping here so I can check you for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. I wonder what sort of conditions Ulyssen's comrades are living in. If they've any sense, they'll pick somewhere like Victor's Spoils to take shelter. We're getting closer to the Imperial Palace. If one can still call it that, it truly is a terrifying sight to behold. North of Station Regio Domorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close. No wandering off, understood? I just want to make sure real quick. I need to make sure that I'm actually keeping up with my armor and weapons if they need to be. Yeah, 530. Yeah, we should be good still. Here, let's just check. No. Thank you, Crypt Lurkers. You last for so long. From here, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the horde unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen. Aye, they spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, will not take the chance. With that said, let us proceed. I mean, Restoration could be like, we're working and they pay us, or, you know, we get access to ceruleum, or it's about building a trade line between Eorzean and Garlemald. You know, I think you really could come up with a bunch of different ways this Ishgardian Restoration. I feel like it's almost even more likely now, based off of some recent stuff. Glory to Garlemald. You know what's interesting about that I'm noticing about this section, though? So we had Zot. We clearly haven't had a trial yet. But there's actually quite a bit of time until we have Babel. Now I'm trying to think about the spacing. So Babel's 83. Then you've got, I mean, Venice Body's 85. It's quite a bit of time between dungeons. I don't know if it's that different in terms of spacing than like Shadowbringers, but it is interesting how much time you have, because you got Zot, Babel, Venice Body, Catesis, Aetioscope, final Dead Ends. Dude, I'm really excited to get to the end of Endwalker with you guys. I hope I'm feeling better. I hope I'm feeling a little less emotionally dead, because I really want to like internalize all the emotions of that, because it's a powerful ride, I'll tell you what. At least it was the first time. I see why your comrades chose you. Ulyss, our contingent is a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. Your people would not need to be taken into custody, that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. I'm happy they paced the dungeons to the story rather than the story. Yeah, no, I totally agree with you, Lynn. I'm perfectly happy with this, especially the first time. Especially the first time around. Like, you know, you're sailing through it, everything's new, it's feeling fresh. It's just interesting to observe. I'm also gonna be interested in 7.0 has the same cadence, because Shadowbringers and Endwalker are almost paced, like, while there's more story in Endwalker, they're paced technically pretty similarly. Where the trials show up, where the dungeons show up, the rate of maps and stuff. And so I'd be very curious if 7.0 is going to be following that, or they're going to try to break from that. Because, I mean, 6.x is breaking from it. It's from the usual point X patch cycle.
Yeah, exactly, Yukio. I mean, like, 100%. Because if Alice is right and telling the truth, you know, not only does that make him, does he not trust us, but what else it could potentially mean. Yeah. That's a really good point I hadn't thought about, Yukio. For information that we'll learn later. Looks like we're not being followed. We'll continue onward. Garlean restoration should reward us with Garlean gear. I feel like that's kind of ass backwards, you know? Because think about it. If it rewards us with Garlean gear, you're rewarding trying to restore Garlemald and push it better into a brighter future that's interconnected with everyone else with the symbol of its past fascism, you know? I feel like that's kind of... I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of a desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. You know? Like, but look, I've just come down for years on like, I just think having Garlean armor and I understand the judge's armor is similar, but still like true Garlean armor, and like Legati armor and stuff is... It's an iffy proposition that I think they still might someday do, but as of now, I would be currently... the track record makes me think they won't. The 6.4 is all about starting trading, so maybe... Yeah, it's about starting trading, but again, I don't think that you would see them trade their armor. I mean, maybe weapons and arms from the past could be scavenged. I mean, and Magitech too, Max. So what I wouldn't be surprised is if you saw like Neo-ish Guardian armor that was like inspired by old-ish Guardian armor, but something new. That when they're sharing their stuff with other cultures and like new stuff is being created from that, or like Neo Garlean Magitech or something. But yeah. So maybe. I would just say it'd be surprising. How did you get... You were just... Okay. Flight. Right. Flying's the thing. Neo Garlean armor. Yeah. What kind of rewards would they even provide? I mean, I think it would be mostly story stuff and maybe some money like they did with money or other thing. Like they could do all sorts of stuff that doesn't have to necessarily be Garlean related, because they did a bunch of stuff that was like Heavensward related, but not necessarily just Ishgard related for rewards for Garlean for Ishgardian restoration, and Doman restoration was mainly story and money, frankly. You missed a bit? Oh, I missed a bit. Oh, I have to go upstairs. Thank you, Ray Ray. Would Neo Garlean armor also look like it's entirely unsuitable for the snow? I mean, as long as the inside is warmed by some methodology, it should be okay, right? As long as there's like padding on the inside and the armor maybe doesn't, because of being specific plating or whatever, it doesn't conduct the cold as badly, maybe it works fine. Wind up Euless, please, Square Enix, then there's another year's worth of subs. I would imagine a wind up Euless is in the cards for someday. Usually they try to avoid wind-ups until they're done with the character, but then not always. There's lots and lots of exceptions to that. More like major characters in the plot, but I could definitely see that. Super. In fact, I'm kind of surprised there isn't already one. Magitech Chocobo, Cerulean makes them warg. I mean, isn't that what Maggie is? I mean, that's basically what the Reapers are. Cerulean make them warm. Yeah. Such transformation is likely irreversible. To think they were once ordinary people. Their souls can be free. Okay, so there is an interesting point here. Transformations like that cannot be reversed. You could fix a soul, or you can free a soul, for instance, from a body that's been like corrupted like that. But you can't fix corporeal forms that are corrupted like that. At least thus far. And so it is worth pointing out that just because the body is completely destroyed like that doesn't mean that you couldn't still, in theory, purify a soul or free a soul. But the thing is, you can't free it from the body and not have a place to put it, because that's for all sorts of reasons. Look at what they've become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Those exposed to vast quantity of a primal's aether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you'll think twice before speaking of a cure. Don't offend Maggie. Yeah. Free a soul. Well, this is one way to put it. Yeah. I mean, killing is a freeing of a soul. That's for sure. If they did give it the Legatus armor or similar, I'd like to see if it be reclaimed armor, like ex-Garlean City State that kept armor but modified it to fit the post-Garlean needs. Sure. Yeah, something like that. We'll see, you know? I mean, the thing is, like, the Judge's armor is really interesting because of, like, its ties to Bosnia as well. And Dalmasca, which means it's, like, it's got a slightly different vibe to it going on. We're almost there. You've kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine. This way. Careful, Yukio. We have not gotten there yet. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I'll be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Actually, does he have any? Go on, down the stairs, like I told you. Or is this your first time into an underground station? They're all over Garlemald. Even during severe blizzards, we could use them to travel from one end of the city to another. Back when they were still in operation, that is. Exactly, Neo. But you can only grow. You can only be allowed to grow if you're given the chance to, right? You have to want to. Sometimes you have to want to, but sometimes getting to the point where even you want to, it can be a rough road. She clearly has no intention of speaking to you. Death is a cure for a lot of things. Yeah. I had no idea that such an expansive structure built underground. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operation. They could have done a lot worse, even so I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, if Euless was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, and their own supplies must be all but exhausted, they may be shielded from the wind and the snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander's in the locomotive over there. Let's talk to some people quick. I don't know if anyone, I don't think anyone will speak to me. Like licking that like, oh my god, you guys, you got to it before I even got to it. Yes, you know all the YouTube things to do, guys. Like licking the like button. Yeah, okay, everyone's gonna just do that. God, you guys make the game feel more alive. Now comes the true test. He certainly looks the part. I'll deal with you in a moment.
Oh. These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Van Kina, Legatus of the First Legion.
Yeah, okay, yeah, Quintus is Legatus of the First Legion.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest
any of his culpability.
Were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
Yeah, but you choose to make it this only way that it can ever be, is it must be you or me. I hate Quintus, and I hate Quintus because he's so real. There are just people who will always argue that point. If you create a world in which the only environment, the only possible choice is we must dominate you or you must dominate us, then anything you do becomes justified in order for your own protection. Other than possibly even considering dreaming, trying to take all of that knowledge, all that wisdom, all that technology, all those things you've harnessed, and maybe, I don't know, trade, trying to take that and make a... I understand their fear. The last time that they had no edge, no tool, no nothing to hold over the other peoples, they were kicked out of Corvos, Locus Amenos. And then when they were still in Ilsabar, they were still everyone's lackey. But at the same time, it's just perpetuating the wheel. You grind it down others when you have the ability to have power over them, and then they grind down over you when they rebel. It's gotta end. It's gotta stop somewhere.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting, After all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but... Believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald?
God, it's such utter false bullshit.
Is it because we do not share your faith?
You want peace, so obviously all you have to do is just subject yourself to our will, because clearly then you will have peace.
That we do
It's
not
such
share
utter
your
horseshit.
heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope.
Prideful.
It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
I'm not sure how much more heinous you can get them putting shock collars on children, but I shouldn't call them children. They are adults. By the standpoint of Charlene, by the standpoint of their people, they are adults. But still.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock.
That's a good point, Lynn. Yep.
Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzean is not so easily cowed.
See, look at how people react once they realize you're the champion of Eorzean.
Even if he allowed himself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If he refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
A better world. coldest and blackest of nights, we still need to share the warmth of our fire.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ray Ray. The way they did in the trailer, I thought it was Nero, yeah. Fortunately, Raven has come down with a serious case of heartbreak. Yeah, I personally saw a few people like that, and it scares me. Yeah, people like that exist. People who can't accept also the world can be better, but also, like, nothing he said is devoid of a point. Like, there is a point he has, but much of it only becomes true if you take some parts of his fundamental, what he's saying, as true, right? Like, that the world can only be in conflict, that only to the victors go the spoils, that only one must, like, you can understand his psychology where the point of where he's coming from. It's not like just utter rambling nonsense, but it's wrong. Seeing the Garlemald propaganda in its pure and unadulterated form with Quintus makes me so mad. Like, I was so angry every time he speaks. Yeah, I mean, he's a great example of it. He's a perfect example. I mean, like, Varys, Quintus, Gaius even are very much all flavors, though, of what that is in its pure form. With their history and his attitude, it's understandable. Yeah, exactly, Tracy. It's like, if you pretend like, oh, that he only got to that from pure rationality and utter bullshit the whole time, then you ignore the reason why someone like Quintus comes to be. Right? People like Quintus are forged. It's all they know. It's all they understand. They become an old dog that can't believe in anything else. Yeah, this line here is the moment I lost any sympathy for Quintus. Pity, absolutely. Sympathy, no. No, I don't sympathize much for Quintus, no. But I pity him. Yeah. I think the dangerous thing, though, is to let Quintus make you not sympathize with Garlemald as a whole. Like, you can't let him be the reason why all of them are bad. Like, any one example, right, is not the everyone of a people. Yeah. Too many people like him in our world, yeah. Isn't kind of ironic because peace does require understanding and compromise. Right, but he doesn't believe that peace is... But he does not... Peace does not, in his mind, doesn't require compromise. Peace, what he's saying is, if we are all the same, if we are all under the same banner, believe the same thing, have the same ideology, there is no compromise needed. Because then there's peace because we are all already on the same page. So what he's saying is that compromise is a falsehood that it will inevitably only lead to more conflict. And the only thing that can truly lead to true peace is everyone being united under the same ideology, under the same thought process, being the same. I mean, it's just fascism, right? Like, it's... Twins are adult, but Quintus doesn't know that. The moment they put the shot collars on the twins made me so mad. Still amazes me how these collars were first mentioned as early as Gunbreaker Quest, and now they're here in the MSQ. They set things up well in advance, yeah. How likely would the Warrior Light be to resist the shot collar? Pretty, I think what Quintus is saying could be wrong, but I think it's probably true. Which is why it's good I'm not the one in charge of politics, yeah. This is the reason why Quintus would put a collar on the Warrior Light. I'm sure game punches in the stomach when Horse Front call back. Haven't we suffered enough? I see his point, but I disagree on base assumption. Yeah, if you take his base assumption as true, what he's saying follows logically, but his base assumption is flawed. Intellectual empathy, maybe, something like that. Yeah, that's definitely a way of putting it. I think pity would be a way to put it. I think, he would hate that because here's the other thing that I think is easy to, this is a cultural thing. Some people see pride as a good thing. Some people see pride as a sin, something like, there are, honor and pride can be a thing of such fundamental value that death is preferable to the loss of it. Parts of history in Japan, right? But much of the history of Japan is like that. And so if you're someone who's like, pride is not at all worth sacrificing others' lives, your own lives, like stuff like that, then some of the decisions he's saying won't also make any sense because it's like, well, what you're sacrificing just doesn't add up. But if you're in a culture where pride and honor are everything, well, Quintus is the example of the indoctrinated that refused to change. Euless is the example of the indoctrinated that is willing to change. Yeah, basically. Riverlight does have a high pain tolerance, I would think, considering all we've gone through. Definitely for sure. It will take more than a trifle such as this to deter us. Compared to what Garlemald people have suffered in recent days, these callers are minor inconvenience. I've reminded myself not to touch it. Even if it starts to itch, I'd rather not set it off by accident. Anyways, enough about that. Let's learn what we can from the refugees. As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I'm to supervise you during your time in Tertium. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars. Nor would I tell you if I did. If you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So, do you truly intend to speak with the others, or is that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decisions. Do as you will, but remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries. Understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation. And above all else, don't use magic of any sorts. Have a great night, Deathberry! You, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alfino and Alice will pay the price. Burning brightly and gone away. Let's try talking to some people. Ceruleum and the other necessary materials are in short supply. I'm not sure how long we can last on the stores we have. It's you, Alio Forgeron! I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them. My comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens as though they were nothing to you. Maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return. Until you get what you deserve, mark my words. Gotta understand, people have a very different relationship to the things we did. Still cold. Young soldiers on the verge of losing consciousness. You came with Julius, did you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you better keep your hands off that aetherite. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans for Garleans. Could teleporate all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the aetherite's power to keep the place lit. Well, that comes at the cost of its normal function. Can I attune still? No, I can't. Silly. There, you should still be able to attune. Paying a guild for Praetorium. Right, yeah. I'll be watching you, Wisowski. Always watching. Yeah. Is there aught we may do to ease your woes? How much longer are we going to be stuck down here? There's no way to live. So cold. Probably hasn't had any proper meal in days. If only we had brought some food with us. Perhaps I could use a little magic to... No, I mustn't. God, this is so frustrating. Imagine having the power to help, but you literally can't because of how it's going to affect people. No matter what may betide, I'm me daughter, and that alone shall keep me from succumbing to even the darkest of nights. I can't feel my fingers. I've never been this cold, or this hungry in all my life. While Garlemald was built on a frozen waste, the city itself was always a warm, inviting place. Now, all we once had is in its ruins. I know who you are, the so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? The wall whip that smirk off your face! By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear! Damn. Tore the sutures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for that third bleeding us, we'd be at the end of you.
Vergilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus's life, but we made our escape, took shelter in the mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio. Then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy. Mind intact, but body broken. Soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could, you murderer! Get on my ear, will you? I'm exhausted, and the last thing I need is you and your drivel. I know who you are, Elio Forgerand. Champion of Eorzean, yeah? Our orders are to give you the run of our encampment, but I have my eye on you. So what business do you have with me? Tell me about yourself. I'm Decimus, Centurion of the First Legion. It is my sworn duty to defend Garlemald from barbarians such as you, and your very presence here is an affront to my honor. What kind of place is this? This is Tertium, third among the stations that encircle the city. The decommissioned carriage here now serves as the First Legion's temporary base of operation. It's also become a safe haven for those fleeing the turmoil that has befallen the capital. With scant supplies we have are distributed among the civilians and soldiers alike. We strive to maintain some semblance of order in these dark times. Our true objective, however, is not merely to survive, but to reclaim our home. We have no time to deal with you and your band of savages. If you dare to interfere in our affairs, we will not hesitate to cut you down. The radio is the same model as the one used at the Victor spoils. Perhaps this would save the soldiers here from being tempered. Yeah, no worries, Oblivion. You guys are doing an immaculate job. Still adds a lot, I'll tell you what. And it's really appreciated, so thank you for that. The level to which you guys are choosing to engage and interact with it, it's really cool. Did you learn anything of note? Well, it's bits and bobs, bits of the radios, the possibilities. This is Tertium, and mainly they're just struggling to survive. Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they soon will perish. I realize this is a precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, help me tend to them. Are you okay? Let me try to see if I can help. Who's there? My eyes, I can't see all that well. Ah, thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. But I know I won't last much longer. You should look out to the others who can still fight. Give them my rations. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. Now, that's one thing that's hard to forget, too, is, that sense of camaraderie, that sense that everyone in Garlemald is contributing towards a greater whole, that the weak will sacrifice so that the strong may continue and do so gladly. There's an ideology, there's a belief, there's a comfort, there's a feeling of belonging and being a part of something, right? The reason that their home means something to them is not for no reason. So those you met fare no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies? Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Julius can persuade him, though we need to persuade Julius first. Nah, Raven, no, that's silly, Raven. You're doing great. Well, soon enough. Seen enough. Julius, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from nearby houses, as most families kept some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we've lots of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside, until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. It could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted, for all we know. Either way, we've done down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better.
If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. One of your countrymen mentioned something along those lines. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's little harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telophoroi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We've identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion, saying as much, and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions to prepare for combined assault on the Telophoroi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. Maybe the 3rd was putting... give me a second. Give me a second. I want to check this real quick. I want to check that I'm right that the 10th was in Corvos. Interest. It didn't take long for the second. No, okay, 2nd Legion. I'm wrong. It is the 2nd Legion. We did hear about the 2nd Legion. Is anyone correcting me in the comments? Maybe you'll get to this point. The 2nd Legion was quelling the uprising in Corvos. Okay, yeah. I was like, I kept thinking like 2nd. No, we haven't heard of them, right? No, but the 2nd Legion was quelling the Corvosi rebellion, and so they would have been one of the provincial legions. Admittedly provided troublesome time. It didn't take long for the 2nd Legion to quell their uprising. You could practically drown in the calm and quiet. And then one day the skies came in flame. Yeah. Yeah, okay. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before the reinforcements reach Garlemald. They will need help now. Say the word and we will bring you ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. How are we doing on time? Okay. Time should be up soon. However, we'll probably keep going for a little bit here and find a natural stopping space. So, did he agree? No, he will not place Garlemald in the debt of our enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. It's a strategy. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. And no, Raven, thank you, and you, Oblivion, and I'm sorry, who was it? Was it Kate? I don't think it was Kate, right? Was it Yaki? Or Yamauchi. Thank you all for showing up like this. This has been very lovely to have that extra little bit of zest. We will begin our search for the ceruleum in Regio Urbanacium. The first location is Forum Solius, a park to the northwest of the station, and probably named for Solus. You are to remain close at all times, and act only as ordered. Follow me. Thank you guys for spending your time doing that. I'm sure, I know I'm going over it over time and time again, but it's quite lovely. Okay, do you guys want me to ruin the Garlean anthem? I used to do this, or the Home Over the Horizon. I used to do this when I was playing. It was like There's only so much I can do until we are able to procure more medicine. We cannot safely move the injured, and what little provisions we do have are spent keeping both us and the survivors warm. My ears wouldn't blend in. Yeah, no worries, Rowan. Well, to be fair, there's some Elysian-eared people in there, so, I mean, you know, you could have been a provincial, non-pure-blooded Garlean. Lordy. Dude, when the thunderstorms hit when you're on this map, that is... I'm so used to being up in the air, that is, that's not terrifying at all. Hey, level up through exploration. Viera, though. Yeah, but just like you could be a provincial Garlean. I mean, not literally, you know, like, had, like, you know. But all that to say, thank you anyways, Ro. You guys want me to ruin the Garlemald anthem? He asked right before not waiting for a response. Excuse me, I was lied to you. You said you were going to ruin the Garlemald anthem. Hell yeah, Oblivion, I love that. So this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. The park was named after the founding father of the Empire, the great Solus Zoscalvis, who we know as Emmett Selk. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked magic tech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum hasn't been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. While I don't expect to find anything here, I'll decide to try one more time, in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we will commence the search. Dude, guys, map 5 with you guys is gonna be great. I'm assuming that you guys are gonna spend the time doing that, which is, I shouldn't presume that of your time, but that'd be really cool if a bunch of you guys dress up for map 5. I do not imagine that there would be much need for Magitech in Park of all places, but then again, I wasn't raised in Garlemald. They may have uses for ceruleum that I've yet to consider. A cursory inspection of the red Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long since been drained of ceruleum, as Eula said. I do love that you see these ruins, like you're sitting in a park. Like this is, I mean, I'm sorry I forgot who said it earlier, but you really do make a good point though in drawing the point to the imagery and the connection with Ukraine. Like very different situation, but it's, you know, ultimately in war it's the innocence who suffers. Though rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play as shopkeepers. There's nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other device that would be fueled by ceruleum. Let's make sure to avoid that mob. Ray, how? I love you, Ray. Really do. As a general request, please don't do stuff like that if you're not Ray, as it usually breaks my immersion, but I know that I cannot stop Ray, so. The contraption is built in the style of an Imperial war machina, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations. But on closer inspection, it appears to be no more than a children's slide. Thanks, Ray. Ulysses ignores you as he stares into the water in silence, as if searching for something he knows was gone and will never return. Oof. Oh, heavy. This, whatever it is, appears to be some sort of symbolic meaning relating to the park. Even though the place is named after Solus, it doesn't seem to be a statue of him. Or at least not anymore. Maybe it was once a fountain? Or somewhere the man himself used to sit. Not that it would matter, even if we knew, but I can't help but wondering. Maybe a terrarium for birds. Ray's magic. Sorry, just dropped it. The slide is bafflingly not powered by ceruleum. Well, maybe it was warmed though. Maybe I had special warmers in it in order to keep it so that like it didn't get really, really cold for the children who slid down it. So maybe it would have once used cerulean. Ah, there it is up there. Poor Elio's talking me about I want you to be Imperials and also yeah, thank you, Tracy. Map of Forum Solus. I do love that the map actually matches it. Several points of interest are marked in the map of Forum Solus, the pond, children's play area, and to your knowledge, however, none will require the use of ceruleum. Yeah, so the slide doesn't. Or does it? Wait, okay, wait, so let's look at this. How is this supposed to be? Okay, so this is the central area. Okay, no, that's that. So that means this is the slide, and that's the pool over there. Yeah, okay, so it does match up, and then these are the two. A cold slide sounds awful, yeah. I can tell you firsthand, having grown up in the northern Midwest, they are not fun, especially if they are metal. Plastic's a little better. I haven't seemed to find anything. Oh, it's you. Any luck? Not much, no. Why are you saying sorry, Raven? Oh, Raven, it's okay. Have some confidence. It's been lovely. There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help but noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes, I mean, no, It's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so, like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. They'd be sopping wet when all was said and done, every time. And every time when we'd get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated? With cerulean-powered heaters, by chance? I suppose it must have been it. Come to think of it, I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath the hatch. But that was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. We can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Ulysses, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has a few foreign signiferi and medici, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. Alfino, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of fire should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. That tank isn't going to fetch itself. And nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake. Like how tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park, with a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane! So, fancy a dip? A little friendly competition might make things interesting. The last one to find a ceruleum tank is a rotten egg, though I dare say we'll both smell like rotten eggs when this is over. When did Ice Up Slide be extra slidey? Well, so they can be it can be cold without there being any snow or ice or chill on it. It can just be cold. Imagine, like, putting your ass on in the middle of a freezer. You delve into the murky water, but come up empty-handed. To add injury to insult, the icy wind on your damp clothing chills you to the bone. Yeah, Rowan's got it. Hot slides. Hot slides do suck too. Totally, Raven. They can go bad. Either extreme's not good. You delve into the murky water, but come up empty-handed. Yeah, same thing. Oh, you actually do get a chill to the bone debuff. Beneath the water, your fingers catch on what you think might be a handle. Rydia, why? You open the hatch and retrieve a cerulean tank. However, your grand discovery comes at the great personal cost as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and rancid odor emanating from every ilm of your body. Ulysses will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him your prize. We really do be out there putting our lives at risk with metal slides, eh? Who thought of that? Because I just want to talk. There's a reason they've been mostly phased out. Did you find anything? I hope you did. Uncovered hidden treasure in an adventurer's bread and butter. The one is not normally required to go elbow deep in ice-cold, stagnant pond water to retrieve it. Nevertheless, many would choose that over mowing down hordes of slathering beasts or solving annoying puzzles. Well played. Yeah, definitely Tam. Yeah, it works really well for that moment. That's it. And there's still some ceruleum left. Ah, the fire's still not ready. Hold on, I'll give Alfino a hand. Call me an Ul'Dan, because by fire I am reborn. And my clothes are mostly dry now, too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd take the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the ways you've been treated in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still an envoy deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Ulysses, you mentioned Garlemald coming here when you were younger, with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded an estate. We lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing that they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite the ice would melt and forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble, those friends are dead, and those memories... But if I could reclaim even a fraction of once we had... Soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. What beautiful timing for the rain. Oh my god, the name is his park materials instead of his dark materials. Wow. These scenes are important. Ulysses is important because Garlemald meant something. It wasn't just like evil empire that we all serve for no reason. It's like it was home. It was beautiful. It was kind. It was loving. There is a reason it meant something to these people. You know? Ooh, Rowan, that's rough. That's real rough. Not me love puzzles, give me puzzles. Totally, Lynn. Well, at least my clothes are finally dry, although they could still do with a proper wash. Owing to the wealth of experience I've acquired in gathering wood, I was even able to provide Ulysses with some basic pointers on the subject. I thought it might help to further build a rapport, and to distract him from other concerns. All right, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the ponds, there's another location I'd like to search, just outside the park. The War Machina appears to be patrolling the area of its own volition. I wonder whether it's simply following its orders or if it now serves the Telophoroi. Everything was built on an enormous scale and with thick, cleanly cut stone, much like Amarant. Given what we know, such similarities are no coincidence. You know, because Emmett built it, and Emmett clearly puts his love for the nation's past into it, and I think into Allag as well, which I think you can see both with old and new and early and late Allag. As you can see, this place is littered with remnants of various types of War Machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tank from less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that being now. Rather than prize them apart piece by piece, we'd be quick to remove the outer casing using compact explosive. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you to stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the Machina ceruleum gauge to see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading, even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Understood. Let's get to work. Yep. I do love that foreshadowing if you talk closely to Lucia about Thancred. Yeah, we're not using that. That's basically empty. There's probably not going to be anything in there because it's so nearby. Completely empty, yeah. I'm not surprised. I would go the furthest away possible. That's where they're most likely to be. And not out in the obvious places either. Yeah. I mean, it's a very normal, healthy, non-traumatized relationship with his home city. Yep. Yep. And he passed the relationship on to his later empires. Yep. I mean, he made the glamour of Amarant. I mean, that should speak for itself, right? It's like a generational gift. Wait, no, the other thing. Generational trauma. That's right. This the exploded one is the good one? This one in the center? Still half full or half empty, depending on one perspective. Either way, Euless will surely be pleased by your discovery. Oh, see, I ran by that because I assumed that there was another one that was going to be actually, like, full. I assumed there was going to be more other complicated ones beyond that that would actually be the right one, and that was just cheating me. Look, it's my job to drive Ray crazy, apparently. More explosives. Wait, is that what I think it is? Not only did the tank survive the attack that disabled the War Machina in which it was installed, it also escaped the blast of your explosives unscathed. If medals for outstanding service were awarded to inanimate objects, this champion among ceruleum tanks would surely be deserving of one. A little bit of levity. You've done it again. Truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refute quite a few of our heaters. So we headed back. Wait here while I go, and let's see how Alice and Alvino are faring. I don't know, Ray, what do you think? How did I drive you crazy? Yeah, I love the little the stuff they put in the descriptions, Lynn. Well, I'm sorry.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we? Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of our scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The legate
been captured.
itself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
At least Thancred does. I mean, did he? Do we? I know that he might have just said that, but did he not use vanish potentially?
Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all what I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile.
Lovely.
It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us.
He wants to die in glory with his honor rather than live.
My men and I
live
have
with
matters
people,
to
live with
discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
He'd rather die for glory than live for peace. And I have to be honest, I hate him for that.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
It's not right to save yourself and damn another.
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Do as he says. Everything will be all right. Have faith.
Get them out of here.
He knows it's wrong. Really Oblivion, he really does, and he's a great character, and I think it's a testament, honestly, to 14's capacity to be able to tell character stories actually pretty rapidly when it wants to, but still use prior established facts and information understanding about the world to make it valuable, and not valuable, but like to work. Alphino and Alizé will be fine, providing they do not resist. Okay, that is, I think we're gonna call it for today, because we are already going a little late, and there's plenty to do in Garlemald tomorrow. Look at all you guys. We'll cut it off. I'll just stay at the Aetheryte here. Zapavel, good to see you, glad to have you. Sorry you're joining in right at the end. How funny I enjoyed the stream. Yeah. Friendly reminder, we start at 3 p.m. CST on Monday and Tuesday is when we have this. So we'll be again tomorrow, 3 p.m. CST Tuesday, and we'll be finishing up Garlemald and going into the next map. Handshaking. I really enjoy how Euless goes from happily following his orders to clearly disliking them and hesitating through this. And it's like interesting because even at the start, it's not, I think, so much just happily following them. It's like feeling like it is the right thing to do, not only from his training, but from what he believes what he's fighting for, right? Which, I mean, I know it's like, that is happily following orders. It's just like, it's not like he's and I know you're not saying this, but just like, it's not like he's like gleefully like goes from like, I love, everything's good, Garlemald is great, they've never done anything bad, but it's like clearly someone who's already traumatized, you know? I'm glad to have been able to make it for the whole stream for once. Well, Loki, I'm glad you have been able to make it. Thanks for joining in. Thanks for the comments, too. Quintus, I find it hard to pity him. All I have is contempt for the man that would rather not only spit in the face of people trying to help but take away. Yeah, I have a lot of contempt for him. I think I pity Quintus because I can imagine, like, I don't think he's capable of change. And I still think that he was forged in the fires of Garlemald. I don't think he, you know, he was born that way, necessarily. You know, I feel like if you can pity Amon at all, you should probably be able to pity Quintus to some extent. I mean, it's very different, but, you know. Fascism is a hell of a drug. Yeah, fascism, definitely. You'd really have all his men die for glory than live for peace. Yeah, and all the civilians. Yeah, clearly, yeah. Did he even think about that? No, he just doesn't care. Honor and pride, the Garlean pride and honor, he believes the Garlean pride and honor for the civilians, they should, it's better for them to die and live with their pride and honor than it is to live and to have lost that. Definitely. So friendly reminder, Monday and Tuesday we got streamed this week. Wednesday I do not have a video ready to go because I am in the midst of trying to work on a lot of like mental health stuff and I just honestly don't have a good my energy has been so all over the place. Like I've had multiple days where I've been stuck in bed for 16 hours and it even like get overwhelmed and just trying to communicate with people, frankly. And so because of that, my output, you know, drastically gets hit by that. And I'm currently trying to get a doctor and things set up here, as I've been saying. I mean, look, if you've been around a while, you know this is like constant struggles but I'm trying to get some like actual final solutions going in. So that should be, rather than just taking breaks or anything. So hopefully that'll work out well. Because I'm very excited to be. I love 14. I love loving 14. I love working on 14. I love making videos, and I hate when like I'm just either depressed or out of energy and like can't bring myself to do that thing I love, or talking to you guys, or hanging with you guys, or doing content with you guys. Like I love loving it, and it sucks when I just can't even function. Anyways, this doesn't need to be all about me. Monday, I know I'm making it about me, but Monday, Tuesday, so Wednesday, new video about Ray Ray has been working like a fiend, which I'm so happy for her for, and she's got archived videos that are going to be coming out for sure. Thursday, me and Naniri should be back. However, I don't know if Naniri is necessarily better from being sick. However, if Naniri is not better from being sick on Thursday, I'd still love to like figure out something. Also, I will be doing a video over on Work to Game, or Gaming Kinda, with Chris. We're continuing our travails talking about World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV and the ways they like the juxtaposition between them and the interest points and not just what succeeds and what fails, but like why and in what manner. And it's been a very fun road so far. We'll be doing that all the way up till FanFest. Friday I'm have off. Saturday is going to be the 2.x series of music for the music streams. And then I'm thinking that if we finish all that and still have time, we'll just go back through and relook at anything that we've missed thus far, because it's been we're getting there. If we finish off this week and we go into next week, then we're on to Endwalker, and it's gonna be real good. Remember to take care of yourself first, though. Yeah, I'm trying. You know, it's hard. There's this like the problem is like a lot of times I'll take time off, but it doesn't actually. I don't end up feeling rested. It doesn't actually solve the problem. It doesn't actually end up like making me feel like I come back and like I'm ready to go. You know. But I'm working on figuring it out. We're gonna figure it out, and I'm really lucky. I have people who love me, and I have people who support me in any number of ways, and so it's gonna be good. It's gonna be figured out. There will be also and there's gonna be more archived tomorrow too. Okay, cool, nice, Ray Ray. Yeah, I'm glad to have made it for the whole stream. Remember to take care of yourself. Hooray for comment stories. Yeah, I need to get some more NPC outfits ready for the new streams. Yeah, the struggle of self-care and productivity. Truly, you know, yeah. So this is YouTuber. Contractually, I'll be saying like, share, and subscribe. Most of you coming in probably have already subscribed, but don't forget to press the like button. If you press it a second time, make sure to press it a third time. Join our YouTube channel for the low price of not much a month. You get a custom emoji, special badges, and the warm, fuzzy feeling supported by your favorite archivists. Like me. You'll get fun emotes. You can also support us by joining our Patreon. You get your name in the banner above my head, as well as the end of credits of videos. I also recognize that that's kind of a erroneous thing to say right now when I'm not putting out as much content, but you get what I'm saying. And yeah, if you aren't a member of our community already, you can join our Discord at discord.gg/Archives, where you can hang out with a lot of us. Obviously, I've been a little quiet lately, but I will be back eventually. Click the like button an uneven number of times. That's the important thing. So does anyone have any final questions or final thoughts now that we're running out, we're finishing up after the first part of Garlemald? I know this section is not always contentious, but it's not only just heavy, but it's also earnest, you know? I'll give it 60 seconds, then we can start heading out. Oh, why is my counter not working? Oh well, that's fine. That's probably because I probably don't have the Steam Deck thing up. Let me pull that up real quick. There we go. Well then. I wish we had more time to explore Garlemald. It's a little sad that this part isn't too big in terms of story. But isn't it? I mean, like, so far this has been the largest section by far. I mean, it's huge. I definitely get wanting more. I guess, like, I always like being left hungry for more rather than feeling like we spent too much time in an area. And I also feel like there is a lot of, between the side quests, if you do all of them, and the areas to explore, there is a lot left to learn about Garlemald and its world. And also, it's still part of, like, the patch content and will be part of the world going forward, you know? Don't understand why, because of time. Yeah, that too, Zababble, totally. Night, Decoy, night, Zababble. Like this part of Garlemald's story, what it tries to do. I do not like what comes immediately after. We'll see. We'll definitely talk about it, Lynn, that's for sure. That'll be interesting. Okay, I'm gonna head out. Thank you all for joining. Raven, Oblivion, Yamauchi, all you guys, thank you so much for your play acting today. It was very cute, very lovely. And I look forward to sit out that bit. Oh! Yeah, interesting, Lynn. It'd be maybe. Yeah, I understand because it's so emotionally heavy. So that's not after Garlemald. That's a little bit later after map 4. I feel like, obviously I don't want to push you to anything, but I will say that I think maybe engaging with it with a group of people and talking about it and talking through it and the uncomfortability of it might actually have value. Just thinking about experiencing the Tesleen scene a second time from Shadowbringers. But hey, I'll let you make your own choices. Have a lovely evening, everybody. I'm Value Fortran, and